he never got to see her because she lives back where we grew up in Blairsville. She actually lives in the same house that we grew up in. So,
Oh, neat.
yeah.
That's awesome.
It was very touching that I think there were 8 people who came from Ferguson Township. I can't remember, but you know, the police officers and you know, everybody who attended. It was a long drive, so it was very sweet. My mom would have been very honored. As my sister said, she loved being fussed over, so she would have been very, very touched. I mean, I could just see her laying there, you know, crying that people thought that much of her. So she sometimes didn't have the best what's it called? Words aren't coming to me, but image of herself. So to know that many people came and drove that far, she would have been honored.
Well, that's very sweet of you to say. I know many others were there in spirit too. Right.
I got several emails from people who couldn't attend, but you know, they had kids activities and mom was all about that. So she would have been upset if you would have missed something for a child to come to her when she was already gone, you know, but the show of respect was very nice. You know.
Well, thanks for saying so. Lisa, you're muted. If you're, I can't tell if you might be saying something.
I'm sorry.
No.
For that you meant as much to her. I mean, that she meant as much to you as you meant to her would have meant a lot to her. I mean, that would have been very important to know that. She probably didn't know that, but she does now.
Very sweet. Very sweet. Well, thank you for joining us. I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting to order and then be really honored later in the meeting to be able to read our proclamation in honor of Faye. So I will go ahead and call the June 21st, 2021 regular meeting of the Ferguson Township Board of Supervisors to order. And first up on the agenda would be a group pledge of allegiance, if we want to give it a go here in virtual world. Give a second for Dave. Oh, great. You're getting so good at that, Dave. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, Dave, did you want to go ahead and let everybody know how they can participate in our meeting here in our virtual format? Thank you.
Sure, happy to. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the members of the board, staff, and public for joining us this evening for the June 21st regular meeting of the Ferguson Township Board of Supervisors. This meeting has been advertised in accordance with the Sunshine Act as a virtual meeting conducted using the Zoom telemeeting platform. If you're joining the Zoom tonight as a member of the public or as an agent to speak on behalf of an agenda item, if you could please enter your name, municipality of residence, and if applicable, the topic you wish to speak on by using the chat feature below the word bubble at the bottom of your screen. Before we start, I'll go through my typical procedural items. First, this evening's been structured as a meeting format, not what we've done in the past as a webinar. I can provide instructions on how the public may engage and speak on any agenda item at the appropriate time. Please do not use the chat feature to offer comment or ask any questions, since that doesn't get monitored and your comment or question will go unaddressed. Also, just please keep yourself on mute if you're not speaking to help drown out some of the background noise. Next, I'll ask board members to indicate their name when motioning or seconding a motion so that the minutes can accurately reflect the action taken. And then finally, I will take a roll call of the board to ensure that all members can hear and interact using the Zoom meeting platform. Please indicate you're here when your name is called. Ms. Danini?
Here.
Mr. Miller?
Here.
Mr. Mitra?
Here.
Ms. Stevens?
Here.
Ms. Strickland?
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dave. First item up on the agenda would be citizens' input for items that are not currently on the agenda. And we just ask you state your name and your township of residence and limit your input to 5 minutes if possible. Anyone for any input for anything that's not on the agenda? Okay, it doesn't look like it. Let's go ahead and move on to the approval of the minutes. I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the June 7th, 2021 Board of Supervisors regular meeting minutes, please.
This is Patty, so moved.
Prosenjit, second.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you. And next up, we'll have special reports. First up is the University Area Joint Authority Report with Mr. Mark Kunkel. Mark.
Well, good evening, board members. I'm pleased to be here along with, as the junior member of your representatives on the UAJA. Steve Miller is our other member and has been serving the township in that capacity also. This is a quarterly report that we typically give to the board. And one of the things I think you'll find in this report is that I've asked Corey Miller, the executive director, to also provide some dollar savings and the fiscal impact of some of these projects that the UAJ is undergoing for the customers of UAJ, so they understand the financial impacts of these going forward. So I'll start with that there's the beneficial reuse extension to the Mountain View Golf Course is up and running, and the irrigation utilizing the beneficial reuse water has been implemented. The Shiloh Road pump station, if you've been out that way, that is complete and in service now. A project that you may be very interested in is the solar and battery project phase 2. That second phase is now complete. UAJ now produces 4 megawatts of power from 2 solar arrays. Once performance testing is completed, the second phase will be increased to full power with a combined total of 5 megawatts. This will result in more than 75% of UAJ's electrical needs being provided by the solar site. Ultimately, UAJ will purchase the 2 solar projects, phase 1 in 2024 and phase 2 in 2027. And that will result in a decrease of $550,000 per year in electrical cost. The Scott Road Pump Station, which is in Ferguson, is being replaced. The water quality management permit application has been submitted to DEP. The project consists of replacement of the pump station and the entire force main that runs up to Research Drive, and an extension of that force main to Bristol Avenue. Construction has been delayed due to permitting issues with the township. We understood last week also that there's a zoning hearing board variance application that's been filed, and a hearing will occur in July. Construction of the force main will begin as soon as those permit issues are resolved. A request for bids for the pump station will be made as soon as the permit issues are completed. Construction is expected to take place this year. Be completed this year. Whitehall Road pressure sewer system. This is a very small, but there are 2 homes along the north side of Whitehall Road near the township building. A connection to the pressure main system will be made by UAJA and will be completed this summer. As many of you know, the tanks at UAJA require an aeration of the tanks. Those lines are being replaced. At one point in time, they've estimated that there's been approximately 30% of the aeration is being lost to the ground. And so that project is underway and will be completed by December of 2021. That should reduce electrical requirements by about $130,000 per year. Also being completed is the replacement of the high voltage switchgear. This is the switchgear through which all the power from both West Penn, the grid system, and the solar array, the microgrid, passes. And it dates back to the original plant project in the 1960s. The project will replace the switchgear and some of the high voltage cables. Project is expected to be completed by December of 2021. The project that the UAJ has been exploring has been a residential solar project. But after considerable legal review, there does not appear to be a way at this time for UAJ to legally undertake a residential solar project. This has to do with the Municipal Authorities Act and some prohibitions within that for not having the authority to do this project. So UAJ is evaluating a possible legislative solution based on the time it took to develop and approve the addition of the stormwater management projects to the Municipal Authorities Act. It may take several years in order for the legislation to be changed. So in the meantime, all those residents that have or customers that have indicated an interest in participating in the project are being notified by UAJ that what the status is and if they want to maybe proceed on their own with their own contract with a consultant. Ozone disinfection, currently UAJ uses ultraviolet light for final disinfection, which is energy intensive. The ozone will not only reduce the energy requirements, but also provide enhanced disinfection and destruction of pharmaceuticals and endocrine disruptors. That's chemical information that probably Steve can really delve into if you want to dig a lot deeper. The project is in final design. An Act 537 plan special study is required, which requires action by the Center Region municipalities before DEP will issue the water quality management permit. But this project alone, the ozone system will reduce the annual operating expenses by $110,000. Finally, the anaerobic digester and sludge dryer project. Again, a rather intensive project, but upon completion, the project will reduce the annual operating expenses by $500,000. So overall, over the next 25 years, the net benefit of all of these projects is $25.2 million. And so UAJ quarterly rates that have not increased since 2014 are not anticipated to be increased in the near future or in the foreseeable future. That ends my report.
Thank you very much, Mark. I really appreciate your report and how you talk about the value of capital investments in terms of the operational costs. I have a lot of appreciation for that analysis. Do any board members have any questions? Lisa?
Just a quick one, and thanks for the update on the residential solar. That's disappointing. That's really too bad to hear. I appreciated all the efforts of UAJ to, looking into that and trying to figure out a way to make it work. So we'll keep our fingers crossed that something does come through eventually. But what I wanted to ask about is there's a lot in the news lately about cybersecurity. And so I don't want to ask for a report on this or details, but what I wanted to know is if the security of the systems at the authority, if this is a regular topic of discussion, if, do you know if this is a high priority or just, if you could give us any kind of information on your impression of the state of the systems and anything that needs to be done. Thanks.
Well, I know that the staff at UAJ is sensitive to the cybersecurity issue. In fact, it was a topic of discussion at this past meeting. Corey did report, though, that they have a IT expert on staff now, and I believe that person just started and has started in a complete analysis of their computer systems, programs, their access to the internet. And I know that cybersecurity was a topic because one of the UAJ board members is actually an expert in that field. And so I know that that is a topic that is high on their list. Steve, I don't know if you have anything further you'd want to add to that.
No, we really haven't discussed it that much at the board level, but I know the staff has been aware of things that are going on and working toward keeping everything secure on it.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks. Good question, Lisa. Anything else? All right. If not, Mark, thank you again very much for that well done report.
Thank you.
Next up, we will have a presentation from Jim Price of Sustainable Pittsburgh and perhaps Adam Welshel of the Nature Conservancy about our community resilience building workshop.
Thank you very much. Myself and Dave will be talking today. Adam was unable to make it this evening. So okay. I'm Jim Price. I'm a senior program manager for Sustainable Pittsburgh. And we have worked closely with the Nature Conservancy over the last 6 or so months to bring their community resilience building workshops here to Pennsylvania in collaboration with the Pennsylvania Municipal League. Sustainable Pittsburgh very closely with Pennsylvania Municipal League on the Sustainable Pennsylvania program, of which Ferguson has been a long time participant, and I've worked with Dave for a number of years. So thank you very much for your commitment to sustainability and the work that you've done. We were very happy and thought of you very quickly when this opportunity came up, where the Nature Conservancy was wanting to pilot this in Pennsylvania. With us and with their local chapter, their local Nature Conservancy chapter. And it seemed like a perfect match for us as we are working to update the Sustainable Pennsylvania program to include more resilience actions so that municipalities can be prepared. And as a perfect segue to this, I have a line of thunderstorms hitting me right now, some extreme weather hitting me right now. So hopefully my power doesn't go out in the middle of this presentation. But it's just those types of storms, these extreme weather events, droughts that are being caused or increased in intensity and frequency by climate change. And this was a great opportunity to bring this workshop to the municipality. And thank you, can't thank Centrisa enough, who's unable to be here tonight as well, to really drive and spearhead this this work and to bring together a great core of people to have this workshop. These are such important conversations that communities are starting to have with the organizations that are involved, academia, institutions, government agencies, bringing everyone together and realizing how many people it really takes to work on these issues and to prepare yourself to be a more resilient community. And it's with that in mind that they, Adam, who was actually one of the founders of creating this process, the workshops, created this more than 10 years ago. And it completed this process with 25 communities, some ranging from counties, small rural communities, that we brought it to, and there's my unstable connection. Hopefully, you're still hearing me. Okay, good. So we brought this to Ferguson to try it out, and you were actually the first municipality in Pennsylvania to go through this process, this particular process. So we're excited for the recommendations. It covers a number of things. It covers infrastructure, it covers societal risks and challenges, and it covers environmental challenges or environmental risks. But it also addresses a number of the strengths that your community has, which is you have quite a few, and you should be proud of those. And so with that, I go over to Dave, who will some of the findings, be able to bring it into a local context.
Thank you, Jim. I'm gonna do my best to cover all the important findings that came from the discussion. And this was, as Jim pointed out, largely thanks to the work that Centrise put in managing this process and coordinating all the different interest groups that were part of it. So she would probably do a much better job of describing the findings, but I'll do my best to pinch hit. So there's a report that's provided with your agenda. It's about 44 pages long, that covers exhaustively the process and all the findings as well and recommendations that came from the analysis. But really the recommendations begin on page 14. So part of this exercise was, of course, tailored to bringing in different stakeholders and interests that may be a part of community resilience building and sustainability initiatives, but have historically been not been engaged in these discussions. You know, we commonly, as we talk about these regionally and elsewhere, we do so through, we talk about this through the lens of emergency management, certainly the police and public safety and public works departments. We have, you know, kind of the common players that we see throughout these discussions, but, you know, rarely, if ever, do we get a chance to bring in representatives from the school district or, you know, the mental health community and some of these other stakeholders that are very closely tied to sustainability initiatives and are very adversely impacted by the effects of climate change on the community. And so this is an opportunity to bring some of those less commonly engaged groups around the table. And I think it was very fruitful in our discussion. So really there are 4 thematic areas that the recommendations focused on, and those are in bold and described on page 14 of that attached report. The first is long-term vision and growth. So, you know, these are, we had some exhaustive discussion about management of our regional growth boundary, providing for sustainable agriculture through some of our land use regulations, modifying our zoning to be more allowing of sustainable energy systems, to be more allowing of you know, smaller lot sizes, homes that don't require as intensive management or require as much perhaps you know, chemicals for lawn treatments, et cetera. Some of the other things that this board has talked about very recently. Housing was a central tenet of our discussion, not just providing for housing that doesn't have as much of an intense impact on the environment, but also that meets the affordability criteria that allows for people that maybe live on the periphery of the township and the center region to move into the township, thereby reducing commuter time and, you know, their own carbon footprints or impacts on the environment. So we, you know, that's kind of all encapsulated under the theme of long-term vision and growth. Infrastructure improvements, certainly we all recognize and have had some exhaustive discussion this past year about the importance of stormwater management, conveyance, and treatment. So I don't have to tell this group that's been a central focus of the board. Much of the infrastructure that had once been designed to meet 100-year storms or 50-year storms no longer is adequate to meet what is now a 100-year storm, or perhaps even more intense, where now we're starting to see these events much more frequently, higher intensity. So there's a need that was acknowledged by this group to consider how we repair and replace, maintain our infrastructure for stormwater management to be more accommodating of what the new climate is likely to be in central Pennsylvania. And of course, that dovetails with the electric grid, drinking water supply, and you know, the list goes on. Under quality of life improvements, you know, this was a focus that the groups that had some discussion on targeted things like food security, water quality, health equity, certainly the management of our ecology and the tree and our tree network, our tree catalog, Also providing for multimodal forms of transportation, providing for new means of stormwater management, low impact development, greener kinds of bioswales, rain gardens and the like, things that are more cutting edge, but recognized as more sustainable methodologies for stormwater management that are more environmentally beneficial and perhaps not as costly and labor intensive over their lifespan to maintain. And then lastly, under the broader category of emergency management, the salient focus of this discussion was about communication. And I think there was a general sense from the group that the stakeholders that participated in this, that local government and the agencies that we work with are well suited to be good climate communicators. I think there's, just kind of my personal editorial review, I think there's some truth to that, but I think there are also some areas where we are naturally inhibited in our ability to be good climate communicators. Firstly, we're not scientists. That's most important. We do have access to a lot of the research, and we certainly try to incorporate those in our policy recommendations that go in front of the elected officials in not just Ferguson Township, but the center region and county as well. But we're also just wonks. We're administrators. We don't make policy. We recommend it or we administer it. So, in some cases that makes it a little bit difficult for local government, particularly staff at the local level, to be climate communicators, climate activists, because largely we have a more objective role we try to respect the boundary, I guess, between the policymakers and the policy administrators and those that are tasked with implementation. So perhaps some barriers that need to be removed in order to make that communication strategy more effective at the local level. But there was clear consensus from the participants in this workshop that communication and education is a vital role for local government to play when it comes to resilience and sustainability. But then, of course, there's the much more foundational component of this that has to do with continuity of operations, disaster recovery, and reconstitution of public services if they are in fact taken offline as a result of a disaster. Of course, this is all very fresh in all of our memories, having still kind of being in the wake of the worst pandemic in over a century. So we're all, very familiar with some of the impacts that even something like a pandemic, which didn't have any physical toll on our campus or our operations, in the sense that it didn't destroy the building, it didn't take any of our equipment out of line, certainly had an impact on staffing, certainly had an impact on capital resources, manpower, people that actually are able to be present to provide that service delivery. So there is there has to be some reimagining, I guess, in the wake of the pandemic, or revisiting maybe more appropriately, of our disaster recovery and continuity of operations plans, making some adjustments as warranted based on what we've observed, not just over the last year, but even prior to that, and being better prepared for when the next thing happens, whatever that may be. Regardless of the scale of the disaster, be it climate related or something else, there was a real recognized need to have a robust disaster recovery plan. So along with that, there are several pages of priority actions. These are mostly kind of little tidbits or summaries of what was really an exhaustive and lengthy and robust discussion. I won't read those to you all. You can look at those at your leisure, but those 4 thematic areas kind of cover all of those action steps and give staff and the board and the community at large a real roadmap to move ahead and try to improve our resilience and be better prepared for whenever the next disaster strikes. I think I'll leave it there unless there's any questions, or Jim, if you had anything more to say, I might turn it back over to you. Or
Thank you, Dave. Thank you,
No, I
Jim.
think that was great. I think we did an excellent job summarizing. Yes, Laura.
I was just saying thank you, and I was going to open it up to any questions from the board. Any questions from the board? Well, I appreciate y'all's presentation. I liked some of those recommendations. They were really interesting, some of those suggestions. And yeah, some of them we're already doing and some other community members are working on. So it's really good to see, a little bit validating, I guess. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Just getting back to my agenda here. Sorry. I have accidentally closed my agenda. So if everyone just could give me one moment, I'm gonna have to re-navigate to that. Sorry, everybody. All right. Next up, we have a special recognition, a resolution of the Township of Ferguson, Center County, Pennsylvania, commemorating Faye Draw and her exceptional career of public service to Ferguson Township. This will be presented by Dave Probaka, Township Manager.
Thank you. I can do a quick introduction here, and then I'll turn it back over to the chair to read the resolution. Of course, it's with tremendous sadness that we announce this resolution provided with the agenda, memorializing and commemorating the 21 years of public service that Faye Draw, our township receptionist, provided to Ferguson Township. Certainly, while she's no longer with us, her presence is very much alive in the halls of Ferguson Township and will continue to be forever and always. I'll turn it back over to you, Ms. Denny, if you'd like to read the resolution. And again, just remind that Darla and Lisa, her daughters, are here as well with us this evening. So we appreciate their being able to come out.
Yes, thank you, Dave. And thank you very much, Darla and Lisa, for joining us. And I would like to read our resolution. This is a resolution of the Township of Ferguson, Center County, Pennsylvania, commemorating Faye Draw and her exceptional career of public service to Ferguson Township. Whereas Faye Draw began her career as the Ferguson Township receptionist on April 24th, 2000, and whereas in that role, Faye was the face of Ferguson Township for over 20 years, greeting residents, business owners, visitors, and others with a smile that will never be forgotten. And whereas her commitment and dedication to the highest principles of public service have improved this community and helped make Ferguson Township a truly special place to live, work, study, and visit. And whereas the Ferguson Township Board of Supervisors, staff, and appointed officials express our most sincere condolences to the friends and family of Faye Draw and hope that they take comfort in knowing her service to her community directly improved the quality of life for many. Now, therefore, the Ferguson Township Board of Supervisors does hereby recognize and commemorate the dedication and commitment to public service that Faye Draw has consistently and exceptionally demonstrated throughout her career at Ferguson Township. Thank you. Just want to take a moment.
Thank you. That was very nice. She would be honored. I appreciate you guys doing that for her. Like I said before, she loved her job, and she got a lot of self-worth out of it, and made a lot of friends. And even in her difficult time with losing her husband and in the fall, she wanted to go back, and it made her feel good to be there. So I'm glad that that she was contributed to the community that she lived in.
Absolutely. We are honored by her service.
I
Thank
didn't
you.
realize she'd been there for 21 years. It didn't seem like it.
No.
Like it that long. So thank you very much.
All right. And I realized that I did actually, I skipped a special report, and I can do that as the chair, so I did. And now I'm going to go back to that.
Actually,
And I'll thank Christina for her patience.
I'm going to go ahead and go and have a good cry,
Yes.
but I thank you for your time. I do
Oh,
appreciate you doing
yes.
this. Okay.
Thank you.
We're with
does
you
the board-
in
does the
spirit.
board want to
Okay.
entertain a motion on the resolution, or?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Dave. Did I not? We wanted to take a vote on the resolution. Yes. Sorry. I went, whew.
I assume
All
it's
right.
just a formality, but it should be done.
You're right. Let's take a motion on the resolution. I'm so sorry.
This is Patty. I'll move that the Board of Supervisors adopt the resolution commemorating the career of Faye Drawl and her public service to Ferguson Township.
Thank you.
Send you the second.
Thank you. And all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
This is a roll call.
Oh, gosh. This will be a roll call vote. Dave,
Yes,
would you please take that roll call?
Resolution 2021-22. Ms. Dennini,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Mitra,
Yes.
Ms. Stevens,
Yes.
Ms. Strickland.
Yes.
Thank you. Well, Faye always was forgiving of all my mistakes, so we're continuing that tradition. All right, thank you for joining us. And now we'll go to Christina
Thank
with
you.
her report. Thank you. On the temporary zoning amendments for COVID-19. Christina.
All right, thank you. Let me share my screen here. All right. Laura, we'll give you a pass because we all miss Faye in the office. She was greatly cherished and we all miss her.
Yeah, it's difficult mixing politics and emotions.
Such is life. All right, so thank you all. I'd like to give you a brief little presentation on post-COVID observations and what that means for planning and zoning in the township. I gave a presentation very similar to this to the Planning Commission in April, and they enjoyed it. And I kind of tweaked it a little bit since the COVID environment has changed a little bit with the governors lifting some of the regulations and his resolution set to expire here shortly. So this past year and a half almost has been a challenge in many ways. We've been forced to confront the change from wearing masks in public and social distancing, quarantining, virtual schools, businesses shutting their doors temporarily, some permanently, and limiting operations. And then, of course, working from home. The pandemics in general have occurred throughout history, and they lead to change inevitably. The history has shown that changes in land use and social structure are inevitable outcomes, from the bubonic plague leading to the industrial age, the cholera outbreak led to indoor plumbing and sewer systems. Oh, there's a little note, I was gonna find a photo, sorry. In the 1918 flu, this led to an increase in single family homes with yards that allowed for social distancing. So pandemics, what they do is reinforce and they accelerate existing trends. So what have trends been in the last few years? So you can see here all the icons, easily recognizable. Amazon, everyone has Amazon Prime now these days and uses it, and has had groceries to clothing to pet food to new TVs shipped right to their door. Now there's Grubhub, any restaurant you can get delivered to your house. You can get snacks from Sheetz delivered to your house. Uber Eats, you can get McDonald's delivered. It's amazing the things that can come right to your door now. And a lot of it is because of the pandemic. but this causes issues for planners. This led to the township creating a resolution 2020-18. This is supposed to be a temporary COVID resolution that established guidelines for policy for flexible business support to allow these businesses to implement COVID-19 safety protocols. This allowance allowed for outdoor dining where it wasn't allowed otherwise, and other commercial activities and gatherings such as businesses bringing their merchandise out into the parking lot or the sidewalk, allowing gatherings outside. We temporarily suspended enforcement of many ordinances, zoning ordinances such as setbacks and parking to allow for display and sale of advertising products. And it also allowed, again, for these gathering spaces. Many of these gathering spaces require tents or other enclosures. Typically, those would require permits. That's something else that was waived. And I mentioned use of sidewalks for businesses. We also updated our zoning ordinance to allow in-home childcare for providers in residential districts, all residential districts. This allowed people to watch children inside their homes when many daycares were closed. People were working from home, but still needed childcare. And it was easy when your neighbor offered childcare in their home. So what we want to look at and talk about tonight is what resolutions, these temporary resolutions, what should we keep and move forward? What does the public want? These are all new trends. This image you see here, this is over at Gigi's. They have these little domes or bubbles. I'm not sure what exactly they call them, but it allows for people to dine outdoors in a more socially distanced way and in the winter time. This also increases dining capacity for restaurants when they were limited in capacity. Curbside pickup. I don't see that going away. Do we need to monitor our curbsides? Do we need to require that to be shown on land development plans? Do we need to allow it in just certain areas, certain zoning districts like commercial or office commercial? Should it be allowed in the TSD, GTD? These are all considerations that we need to think about moving forward. And working from home, we talked about that at Planning Commission and determined that it does not constitute a home-based business because you're not having clients come to your home. If you decide to take your business and your current work and create a business, that's something different. That was a concern of Planning Commission. Other issues that have come up, not necessarily bad issues, but just things that have come up are transportation and mobility. We've seen a surge in bicycling and e-bikes and walking. A year ago, you could not find a bicycle in the stores unless you had like $4 grand to spend. People are biking to work, they're biking to shops, to the coffee shops that are open, just to get exercise because many gyms were closed. A little bit of social ability. You can go for a bike ride with a friend. This kind of desirable, walkable community creates a less dependence on cars. And it does lower the carbon footprint. And actually, hearing about the results of the Community Resilience Workshop, this all ties right in. So I was really happy to hear Dave talk about that. And I actually want to go read that 44-page document now. But we also saw changes in traffic last year that slowly getting back to the way things were, but traffic patterns won't be known in the area until Penn State returns to in-person classes in the fall. But there are overall fewer cars and more bikes, more pedestrians out on the streets these days. This means that we need to increase our shared space. This image that you see here, there's a dedicated bike lane. It's striped with a different color Sometimes they're red. I've seen them green in Pittsburgh or blue. That's a great way to share space. There's a Jersey barrier in there for added safety. I don't think we necessarily need to go to that. It's not aesthetically pleasing. However, it creates the movement that is a safe, desirable pattern. Other issues, as I mentioned, the curbside pickup and deliveries, FedEx, UPS, they all have increased deliveries and more trucks out there delivering your Amazon packages, and ride shares, Uber, Lyft, those have also increased as public transit cut back. CATA has reduced their lines significantly. Hopefully they get back to full service in the fall, but again, that's an unknown that we'll have to really that they will have to reevaluate in the fall. But in the meantime, there is an increase in Uber and Lyft in the last 2 years, and that's not going away. So we need a place where a dedicated place for drop off and pickup. All this leads to parking. We are over parked as is, and with our most recent comprehensive update to our saldo, we did adjust how we currently calculate parking. It's based off square footage of usage versus just X number of spots per square foot of the building. But we may need to reevaluate this again. And again, it may need to be a case-by-case evaluation. Restaurants, if they add outdoor dining, we need to accommodate for those added customers. Those added seats require added parking spots. Although other places that have lower foot traffic, such as a Target or grocery stores, because they're getting their groceries delivered at home, may have a lower need for parking. And office and commercial space, with more people working from home, pre-pandemic, only about 5% of the workforce worked from home. And it is expected or predicted that post-pandemic, when we're all kind of back to quote unquote normal, about 22% of the workforce will be working from home. Or there could be a mix of part-time working from home, part-time in the office. This could lead to an increase in commercial or retail vacancy rates. And of course, this could have an impact on municipal tax base. And so this could open up the doors for a reevaluation of land use, what we allow in certain zoning districts. We may consider adding more uses in certain districts where there's an increase in vacancy to encourage people to come in and rent that spaces or purchase those buildings for viable use. And then the other option is allowing spaces for employees to lunch outside or work outside, whether that's just simply picnic tables or dedicated spaces that people may enjoy. I don't think we really have anything in our ordinance right now that prohibits that, but it may be something to just talk about. Housing. We all know the housing market right now is crazy. Prices are skyrocketing. This could, I don't know if it's necessarily because of pandemic or if it's people moving to the area, trying to leave the area for a more affordable area, but it definitely will affect our region in many ways. People from more populated areas looking to come to an area like State College, which is less dense and or less expensive in their eyes, could affect housing stock. I want to note, I heard a statistic recently that Penn State, there's a chance Penn State enrollment could decrease in a few years. I'm not going to say exactly when, but like in the next 4 or 5 years, just because that population is lower. So they're looking at a potential decrease in enrollment, which could really affect our area. We currently have a very large student housing stock. There's a lot of vacancies, and a lot of that's due to COVID. So the potential for those vacancies to be filled is kind of contingent on Penn State maintaining their current enrollment levels. The flip side of that is if there are more vacancies within the student housing, they could open it up to all renters, or there could be condo conversions. This could help for an increase in overall housing for the area, which affordable housing or housing at multiple price points. I don't like the term affordable housing because, well, what's affordable for one is not necessarily affordable for another. But if more vacancies occur, this could potentially cause rents or home prices to come back down to a reasonable level, or to convert an older building to something that is more affordable. So basically, to summarize, the recommendation is to modify parking requirements, one, to allow outdoor seating. The TSD parking requirements is something different altogether, but it's something to consider. Excuse me. Wider sidewalks in commercial zoning districts. This would allow for more social distancing, or for commercial uses to use the sidewalks for their commercial business, to allow the display of product. Allow for more uses and setbacks. Again, this could just allow businesses to utilize their space in a more socially distanced way, to allow more pedestrians coming in and out. We want to increase more bike-friendly roadways, think complete streets. That's something we'd like to look at for the township. And we want to modify the food truck ordinances to allow in more locations and in greater numbers. Right now, a restaurant, if they owned a food truck as well, they cannot park it in their own lot and serve from the food truck. So that's something else we hope to evaluate further. That's the end. And I would welcome any discussion or questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Very good presentation. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Lisa?
Thanks, Christina, so much for the presentation. I saw it at the Planning Commission and it was so impressive, and it was here again. I just think, you know, that was all such useful information. And so I'm wondering, first of all, so what I think is one of the best accommodations that was made, and that was actually a permanent one, was the childcare. So I'm thrilled that that was actually changed in the ordinance. So that's great. What I'm wondering is the rest of them, when do they expire, or like what was the timeline on those?
So the temporary resolution was set to expire 30 days from when the governor lifted his emergency order. So the question is do we continue to allow those in place? To, you know, how much time do we give businesses that took advantage of that resolution to get all their ducks in the order, or do we make some of those changes that were temporary permanent?
Right. Do we have a sense, well, you would know how many people applied for use of those accommodations. So do we know about how many are still in use? Like how many would this affect if they were just ended? So
it honestly was not too many. Jenna would have actually a better idea of how many.
I want to say a handful of businesses. I'd say maybe 2 or 3 restaurants, 1 workout studio, and I thought a private school had talked to Jeff about a large tent to do classes outdoors. But it was no more than 5.
that was kind of my memory when we had talked about it before. I didn't think it was too many. So So if we just decided to continue it until we could have a broader discussion, it wouldn't be a big deal, I guess.
It's not super impactful. Yeah.
Right. You know, if it's working for them right now, you know, things are not totally back to normal. So I'd hate to pull the plug on anything that's helping them. So, you know, I know the school's out for the summer. I don't know if they're have plans to use that over the summer, and but the outdoor dining I would think would be, you know, a big benefit. So, okay, well, I was curious about the timing, and then just to note, the point about the parking requirements for the future as we move forward is just such a great thing to think about. You know, that was great that we addressed that in the Saldo, and I think, you know, it's already better, and put it in the Saldo so we can modify it as needed. But, you know, to just get back to that, you know, and really make some practical changes to what's really needed there. So thanks again.
Thanks, Lisa. Anyone else? I have a few comments or questions following up on some of the things Lisa said, and looking at the slide that says recommendations. The modify the food truck ordinance. See, I'm not sure how to approach this. I agree that we could continue things so we don't have to rush. So I agree with that. And I think it's obvious here. Number of allowances we allowed, no impact. So we should probably go ahead and do that unless other board members are against it for whatever reason. But the modify the food truck ordinance, I've always thought our food truck ordinance was very restrictive. And I think this is kind of highlighting it. Can we kind of just look at modifying that in multiple ways, not just related to COVID, kind of move that forward?
Yeah, specifically, I'd like to look at aligning it with the state and their definitions. I realized that when I got here working with Brian O'Donnell for health and safety inspections, our definitions and what we refer to as a food truck doesn't really align with what the state calls them. So I really want to get that to be a little more consistent and opening up, as Christina mentioned, you can't have a food truck on the same property as a restaurant. And I understand the point of it. And if you have the property owner's permission to operate there,
right?
I'm like, why would we stop it?
Exactly.
So there's a few things. But
yeah, well, I mean, we kind of, by the way it's written, if I understand it, kind of almost prohibit a food truck festival. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, I thought so. That's
limited to 3 food trucks at one event.
Right. Yeah. Woo, what a festival, huh? And also, you know, if we're caring about climate change and there's like a multi-day event, why can't the food trucks just stay in place if they need to for one night? I don't know. It's something to discuss. There's definitely multiple restrictions. I think the borough's now looking at theirs as well, their food truck ordinance. So I would say that would be a great thing that we could move forward for the business community and vibrancy in Ferguson Township generally. And then I do have questions about the uses and allowing for uses and setbacks. So, you know, if there's setbacks for a reason, why allow uses? What kind of uses? That would be one of the things I would be a little concerned about longer term, depending on what that means. Do you have any examples?
I'm like blanking right now, trying to think of an example. But I mean, the best thing I can think of right now would be a business that maybe a boutique that, you know, is in a commercial district, and, you know, they want to pull out racks and put them on display out front, and not necessarily on the sidewalk, but further out. And I don't know that they can, depends on, you know, or on the side setbacks, or if Jeff were here, he could probably give a better example.
Yeah.
I'm kind of blanking right now.
Okay, so maybe that's no problem. Like maybe when we bring it back around, just have some examples of what that would or would not mean for us. Yeah, any other comments? I think that's about, oh, and the parking, somebody had mentioned, Christina, I guess it was you, something about, we changed the parking requirements to be based on use per square foot. Is that what you, and so I was under the impression that TSD was just by square footage, period. And then the rest of the everything was by use. But then I think use per square foot is maybe what you said, and is that different?
I don't have it in front of me. Jenna, I don't know if you can pull it up.
For terrace streetscape, it's by the size of the building. And I believe the big change that was done in the comprehensive update, and Dave probably know better than me, I believe it was, we calculate by the net square footage of the building. And there's a little bit of difference, and it requires less parking as an outcome.
For just the TSD or?
For the rest of the township. Terrace streetscape is the only one that calculates by building size.
Okay, but it's still by use, but then, okay, gotcha. All right, thank you. Thanks for clarifying that. All right. Well, if there's no other comments or discussion, do you guys, I guess, have what you need to move forward? Dave?
Oh, yes. So we thought it'd be good for the board to get a presentation tonight. We're going to sharpen our pencils a little bit and then present something perhaps more tangible for you to consider at a future meeting. The comments that were made about the 30-day window, we're certainly going to work with property owners. We're not going to, on day 31, start issuing notices of violation, especially if we get the sense that the board, which I think we got tonight, is interested in at least exploring some of these temporary regulations and making them more permanent. So, you know, we're more than happy to work with those 5 or 6 or so property owners and business owners who have asked for taking advantage, I guess, or capitalized on this temporary relief, and be able to allow them to continue until we have some direction about, you know, where we're going from here. So we'll plan to present that as more of a discussion action item kind of thing at a future board meeting, and we can take it from there.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. All right, then we will move on to unfinished business.
Thank you.
First up is a public hearing on an ordinance of the Township of Ferguson, Center County, Pennsylvania, amending Chapter 27 zoning, Part 2 District Regulations, Section 205.13, General Commercial District, by adding self-storage facilities as a permitted principal use. Introduced by Jenna Wargo.
Thank you. On April 30th, Craig Lacrone submitted an application for an ordinance amendments, Chapter 27 zoning. The proposed amendment is to 27-205-13 General Commercial Zoning District to allow for self-service storage facilities as a permitted use. The applicant maintains that self-storage facilities are a commercial use and would meet the intent of the General Commercial Zoning District. The board reviewed this request at the May 16th regular meeting and referred the amendment request to the Planning Commission. Staff has reviewed the request and is recommending that self-storage facilities be added as a permitted use within area and bulk category 4 of the General Commercial Zoning District to maintain consistency with the light industry research and development IRD zoning district regulations, where this use is currently permitted. This amendment was provided to and reviewed by Center County Office of Planning and Community Development, Center Regional Planning Agency, and Ferguson Township Planning Commission. Those reviews are provided in the agenda, as well as the draft ordinance amendment as advertised for the public hearing this evening. If the board has any other questions, I'm happy to answer.
Jenna, any questions? Okay, and this is a public hearing, so I'll open this up to any public comment. All right, it does not appear that we have any public comment, so I will close the public hearing. And any board discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask for a motion.
This is Lisa. I'll move that the Board of Supervisors adopt the ordinance amending Chapter 27, Section 205.13, General Commercial Zoning District by adding self-service storage facilities as a permitted principal use in area and bulk category 4.
A second, Steve.
Thank you. Any discussion at this point? All right, seeing no discussion, Dave, I'm going to ask you to tell me what kind of vote this is.
That'd be a roll call.
It's a roll call. Okay, please do.
This is presented as ordinance number 1074. Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Mitra,
Yes.
Ms. Stevens,
Yes.
Ms. Strickland,
Yes.
Ms. Denini.
Yes. All right, thank you. Moving on to our conditional use permit for 179 Apple View Drive, also presented by Jenna Wargo.
Thank you. On May 6, BTJM LLC submitted to the Planning and Zoning Department an application for a conditional use permit for the property located at 179 Apple View Drive. The applicant is requesting a conditional use permit for the use of the property as a model home in accordance with Chapter 27, 50224, Township Zoning Ordinance and the PA Municipalities Planning Code require a public hearing on the application. The board must take action to approve or deny the application within 45 days following the hearing. The board held a public hearing on June 7th and received testimony from township staff. I've prepared a draft decision based on the record from the June 7th public hearing. Since the public hearing was adjourned on June 7th, no additional testimony should be taken at tonight's meeting. The board is asked to review and discuss the draft decision and take final action to approve or deny the conditional use permit.
Thank you, Jenna. All right, any board questions or discussion? I will entertain a motion.
Yeah, I presented move that the Board of Supervisors approve the conditional use permit for 179 Apple View Drive, subject to the conditions described in the decision written by the Director of Planning and Zoning.
Second, Steve.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, seeing none. Dave?
Roll call.
Roll call, great.
Mr. Mitra,
Sorry, yes.
Ms. Stevens,
Yes.
Ms. Strickland,
Yes.
Ms. Denini,
Yes.
Mr. Miller.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Next up, we have the final land development submission for the West College student housing. This also presented by Jenna Wargo.
Thank you. On June 4th, Pantera Engineering submitted the final land development plan on behalf of their client, Aspen Heights Partners, LLC, York Acquisitions. The parcels are located at the intersection of West College Avenue and Buckout Street. Tax parcels 24, 002A-015, 002A-016, 002A-017, 002A-018, and then one parcel that's located in the Borough of State College. They are to be consolidated and form a 1.136 acre parcel. Four of those parcels that are in the township are in the Terrace Streetscape District. The one located in the borough is the planned commercial district, their CP2 zoning district. This land development plan proposes a 6-story multifamily residential apartment building with commercial retail space on the first floor. The building will consist of 2 subservice floors of parking, a ground floor containing commercial retail space, and 5 floors of multifamily residential apartments. There will be 96 residential units, that's 268 beds, 7,488 square feet of commercial space that's located in Ferguson Township, Development includes 165 parking spaces on site with 159 spaces located in the parking structure and 6 exterior spaces. Variance was granted by the Ferguson Township Zoning Hearing Board on February 25th, 2020 to allow parking on the first floor of the building in lieu of the full floor being commercial space. Planning Commission reviewed the final land development plan at their June 14th regular meeting and recommended approval to the Board of Supervisors. Provided below is a link to access the full plan set. Provided with the agenda is a memorandum from myself that provides an overview of outstanding staff review comments, as well as Planning Commission's review during their June 14th meeting. State College Borough Planning Commission reviewed and recommended approval of the final land development plan during their January 21st regular meeting.
Okay, thank you very much, Jenna. All right, sorry, I'm having a little trouble navigating tonight.
And I believe we have John Sepp as well as Chuck from Worcester, as well as the applicants here tonight, if the board has any additional questions.
All right. I don't know, does anyone else want to say anything before we go into board discussion and questions? Okay. Board discussion, questions? I'll start if others aren't quite ready. I was just noticing, like, you know, on a plan of this size, this importance, it just seems like there's like a fair amount of outstanding things that need to be done, like of importance, like the stormwater management plan. That comment hasn't been resolved since things were submitted, right? Am I reading that correctly?
The stormwater comments should all be pending. I think in my time at the township, I've never actually seen a final land development plan this complete at review. Most of these comments are pending.
And when you say pending, you mean it's being resolved as we speak then?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That was just my preliminary question. I've just seen so often when we move things forward without all the I's dotted and T's crossed, it can, you know, cause trouble in the future. Like, for example, securing the sewer easement for the Toll Brothers and onto the parkland and that kind of stuff. So
Yeah,
always like to see everything as complete as possible.
If I may, just to build on Jenna's response. So, and it's a great point, and that's largely the reason why we've moved to be more compliant with the MPC and our ordinance with this preliminary and final as kind of a two-step process to prevent the point that you just made, Ms. Dinity, about the comments being unresolved when the applicant goes to record them, and therefore perhaps being held up from recording of the plan by virtue of a condition or comment that they have no or little to no control over, such as an easement that has to be provided by another interest. So with pending, there are still some comments and conditions that are not resolved because in some applications they can't be. There are things that have to wait till after the final plan is done. Surety may need to be posted for public improvements, zoning permits issued, etc. So by the time the board sees these final plans, the intention is for all the comments that need to be resolved prior to final plan approval, that they are in fact resolved. The only ones that should be tailing are the ones that maybe by virtue of having to post that surety or get that assurance of final plan approval, don't actually get in the resolved box until subsequently the approval of the final plan. So I know that verbiage can get a little confusing, but that's the gist of it, is that there are some things that simply can't be resolved until after the recording.
Yeah, I've been getting better at being able to pick out which things, like the plan is not recorded yet. That's a trick, you know, like, Yeah, but like things like the stormwater plan, and then I'm seeing here the State College Borough has advised they have not accepted the recommendations of the TIS with regard to improvements at intersection West College Avenue. And then that has the, the pending afterward, and I'm not quite sure what all of that means, but I know that our board also was concerned about that location. And so, why not resolve it before it's coming back to us, I guess, is that one would be possible to resolve before coming back to us or not.
Given my understanding that the borough did accept the traffic impact study for that intersection for Buckout and College. It should have been from.
So I'm reading attachment 6A, West College Student Housing Plan Review Comments. Page 5 of the PDF says page 2 at the top of the page. But I think 5 of the PDF is what you want to do because it's each review. And it's number 7, it looks like. State College Borough has advised they have not accepted the recommendations of the TIS in regard to improvements at the intersection of West College Avenue and Buckout Street. This intersection is in the borough and they will be coordinating with the developer and PennDOT regarding their concerns. The resolution of that discussion needs to be reflected in an amended TIS as well as the final land development plan for any improvements pending. So I guess I would then, I would love to know what's happening with that, if they have resolved that or not.
I'm gonna point you, actually, I could probably just share my screen. I have the letter from the borough, May 25th, 2021. This was addressed to Ron. Essentially, this is what they reviewed of the updated TIS. And then further down, based on their review, we recommend approval of the proposed traffic impact study based on the following conditions. And those would be the conditions addressed in that TIS. The issue with this is a borough intersection, and that the borough staff has the approval authority for land development plans. So once they provide that, these updates on the plan, and I think that's been a big thing that Ron, myself, and Christina have been pushing, that both municipalities have one plan, it's a copy, and so there isn't any confusion on that level. So it's a lot of coordination between the two, but they have accepted the recommended TIS. I know that the borough, PennDOT, and the applicants all work together on that intersection to address pedestrian safety the best that they could.
Okay, and then I saw in that it looked like one of the comments was a request that all of the signage that was outlined above be reflected in the land development plan. So I'm imagining that our motion then includes that requirement.
That will be included.
That would be part of the pending
submission.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, thank you. All right, I'll turn it over to other board members. Does anybody else have any questions? Steve.
Yeah, I just had a question with the Planning Commission recommendation. I know that it was not a unanimous to recommend approval. And I guess my question is, was there any indication of where the dissenting members saw a deficiency in the plan? I know that we don't require that people express that unless the majority would vote not to recommend it. But I was just wondering if there's anything in the meetings leading up to it that would indicate why they felt it didn't meet the requirements.
None that specifically were noted in our ordinances, like it does not meet chapter 22, I think Planning Commission, those two dissenters believe that the pedestrian improvements at that intersection in the borough would not be a safe solution for the pedestrians, and they were concerned about the speed of the traffic on College heading towards the borough, and just that curve in general is a dangerous spot for a lot of the pedestrians to be crossing.
That's all I had.
Thanks. Sorry, I was still digesting that. Lisa.
Thanks. And most of my questions have been asked already. So my list is short now. And let's see. So in the private street agreement, I had a question about the time during construction when the alley will be closed to and inaccessible to the adjoining property owners. So I'm wondering, for the adjoining property owners, is that their parking area back there, you know, for those residences? Number one. And then number two is, I didn't see any time constraint on how long that would be closed at a time, other than, I don't remember, maybe it said reasonable. So is there any kind of time limit?
I did not see a time limit in the agreement. I think in these circumstances, giving demolition, construction, the main concern is safety. I know that the applicants have reached out to the property owners and provided their contact information so they can be in touch to give them these updates. I think the one building that would be impacted is the rental unit in the middle. It's two parcels, but there's two houses on one of them. I think when I went by on my bike, I think it was a 2-unit rental, but I would leave that to John and how they plan to address the temporary closings for the alley.
John?
Yes, the alley will be open for the majority of the project. It's the traffic control plan has included provisions to provide access pointers during construction. So any closings, permanent closings, would be temporary in nature. For example, when they go to pave the entire alley, obviously it would have to be closed at that point, or when the sewer line is going in, but those are not long, substantial periods of time for either one of those construction elements.
So like a week at a time, are you thinking, or what is, and did you tell those?
At the most, I would think.
Okay, and were the property owners advised of those times, the lengths of times that the alley might be closed to them?
Prior to construction, the contractor will meet with the property owners and give them the schedule for construction and keep them informed during the entire course of the project.
Okay, I understand, you know, closing it, because especially with the paving, you know, when you're putting the sewer line in, I guess my concern is that the township is a party to that agreement, and we're permitting the blocking of access to the rear entrances of those properties. And I'm assuming it's their parking. Does anyone know if that's the parking for those residences? So I assume that's that parking. So I'm just concerned that
it is the parking.
Okay, that is the parking for those residences. So, you know, I guess that's a question for Dave, maybe, you know, are you comfortable with that? Can you put my mind at ease? Do you see why I'm uncomfortable with this, of us permitting that? Okay, Steve, I see, has his hand raised too.
Well, I just wanted to say that's not an unusual thing. I mean, when the house in front of my house was rebuilt, it was closed for almost 2.5 weeks while they dug it out, and we had no access. So it's sort of like, you know, construction has that consequence. And
We're not doing it.
when you redo a street, you have times that it's closed, and I'm not sure that that really is part of a land development plan concern.
Sure,
because
I understand that, but we're not doing, the township isn't doing that construction.
The traffic control plan and the private street agreement, I just want to be clear that they're not, so that would be reviewed, approved by the township as a staff approval, but it would be something, and to Mr. Miller's point, that we have a great deal of experience with in the past, providing notification to residents, accommodating through, you know, perhaps on-street parking or alternative parking solutions for that temporary inconvenience, you know, somewhere close by and off-site. So it's certainly an inconvenience, as most construction is, but it's not something that I think is insurmountable. That gives me a lot of concern that we're not going to be able to, well, that the developer, the builder, is not going to be able to work with the adjacent property owners to resolve temporarily.
Okay, and you're saying then the township will notify those property owners of accommodations?
No, typically that would fall on the responsibility of the builder, the contractor.
And they will also notify the township as well as the property owners of the schedule.
Okay, I guess, you know, I'm not overly concerned about my concern arose because it's an agreement to which the township is a party, but the township is not doing the construction. So we don't have a control over the dates of that or the notifications, like you were saying, of the adjoining property owners, or the length of time that the access to the properties is blocked in the alley. So I'm not hearing, I guess, a lot that puts my mind at ease, other than that you're saying it's going to be a week here and a week there. And there is on-street parking. I think I heard right around there, which I think I'm aware of. So I guess there's no.
Just for a public street, the township would require that there be a highway occupancy permit issued to the builder. Given that it's not a public street, it's a private street, this agreement kind of serves as a HOP, a highway occupancy permit, in lieu of what we might otherwise issue via the control that we would have over public right of way. Maybe it doesn't get into the degree of specificity that you know, you're looking for to put your mind at ease, but you know, typically without control over the right of way, the township wouldn't be involved at all in how these processes, or how construction take place, or closures, or whatever. I mean, it would be something that would be a civil matter between the property owners that have rights to that private street.
So if the property owners had any issue with this, they would complain to.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
If the property owners had any issue with this closure, say it dragged on longer than a week, or was, you know, several weeks consecutively, who would they take that complaint to?
Well, if they were unable to resolve their concerns with the property owner and the builder, then they would likely look to the township to help adjudicate any matters that they just couldn't derive a consensus. And there is some language in the agreement to reflect how that process develops, but I would expect that our office would be notified if, for whatever reason, they were you know, closing down that private street and not permitting access, or not notifying the property owners in accordance with the agreement, or meeting the conditions. Then it would be the township, in all likelihood, that would be notified and asked to intervene.
Okay, I don't have the agreement up in front of me on my screen. I did read through it, but does it detail what you just stated, that the adjoining property owners are to attempt to resolve issues first with the developer and then with the township?
So I just want to ask, and this is maybe a question for me to Jenna, because I mean, I've read the agreement too, but I just want to make sure that we're not, the traffic control plan for construction and the private street agreement that governs how the street will be maintained and how access will be provided for those adjoining residents. I mean, I just want to be clear, are we talking about the same document here, or? Because we would commonly have a traffic control plan for construction activities, and particularly that involves street closures. Having a private street agreement is something that we typically don't get involved in, and even less so where the township is a party in lieu of the other adjoining property owners. So maybe that question's better addressed to John or somebody on his team.
Yeah, go ahead, John.
I'm looking through the agreement here, and
Well,
the agreement.
I'm sorry, David. I'm sorry, John. I think David's actually correct. I think we're confusing the road maintenance agreement the town's party to versus the traffic control agreement. Traffic control agreement governs when we're under construction. And if we're not following that, the building official has the rights to come in and give us a stop work order or tell us we're not following it or stop our inspections. So we always comply with our traffic plan. If it's on the plan, which is our civil, which is approved, that is what we are required to comply with, just like anything else on that plan. And if we don't get an inspection passed. So that's typically how we handle it, is we are good stewards and we want to get our approvals. So we do notify them, we notify our inspector, we coordinate with them, we do pre-construction meetings that sometimes involves municipality and the desired parties. We require our contractor to do that, our construction manager, because again, we don't want to stop our project and we don't want to make people upset, whether it be the town or our neighbors. So that's typically how we handle the traffic control process, and that's on approved drawing. I think the road maintenance is totally separate. That's post-construction, and that's a whole nother topic of conversation, I think, is Ms. Strickland, is what you're asking.
Right, that all makes sense. I believe that I'm looking at let me just scroll up, road maintenance agreement. And in it, it does speak to construction periods.
That may be if we're improving it, maybe at some point in time. If there's maintenance that we have to go back in and repave it in future years, that's what I suspect.
It says allowing for delivery of materials and the erection of construction cranes on the development tax parcel.
That may be true in that agreement, but I think it's governed by what's on the site plan. Correct me if I'm wrong, John.
Well, it's actually in the traffic control plans in the PennDOT highway occupancy permit plan. It's not in the land development plans, but it is included in the HOPs.
Okay, I understand all of that. I think that the the traffic the traffic plan for during construction, that agreement, I guess we wouldn't be a party to that in the same way that we're a party to this maintenance agreement. And that's just what had me questioning that the construction was actually included in this agreement. So, I don't know if that needs to be in there or why that was included in that.
I'll defer to David or John or Jenna. I mean, that was the city engineer requested.
I'm sorry, I'm looking.
Everything the engineer requested.
Yeah, it's essentially
in the private street agreement. This is the road maintenance agreement. That is that's what the modification was granted for, to allow the township in lieu of the adjacent property owners to enter into with the developer. Is that what you're referring to, that talks about the cranes being constructed? Can you point me to the direction? I'm looking at that right now, but I can't find the reference.
It's on page 100 out of 189 on the full packet. So I was just, I don't want the township entwined and, encumbered with some responsibility that we really don't need to be, because I thought the private street agreement was really, like you said, going to be a maintenance, you know, an initial improvement, like we're saying, but this seems to maybe involve us in the closure of that road. So, I mean, if the solicitor has reviewed this and said that that language, you know, keeps us, you know, absolutely unentangled from any type of liability should there be some complaint about the closure of the road, if that's what I'm being told, then okay. But, you know, it just was, I was surprised that that was in there because I didn't think that there would be anything about the construction and the closing of the road in the agreement.
So chapter 225042, actually our private disagreement requires that the township be a party in these agreements. It asks that all of the property owners are signed on as well, but it includes the township as a party. Probably in the case if an issue were to arise, the township could step in, and that was the tie to the modification that was granted by the board, because the way that our ordinance reads, they would have needed signatures from every single property owner abutting Calder and on this agreement.
Right.
And the township being a party, we could always act on behalf of those adjacent property owners if an issue were ever to arise to the point where nothing could be worked out between the two property owners.
But again, just to reiterate, that's about the private street maintenance agreement.
Yes.
And I'm not able to find the reference that you're referring to about the construction activities in that private street agreement.
I could read it to you here. It says during construction periods, Calder shall remain open, but may be closed for commercially reasonable brief periods, allowing for delivery of materials and the erection of construction cranes on the development tax parcel. Aspen, while utilizing Calder for such purposes, will contact adjoining landowners to advise them of the necessity or safety to close the area and to provide neighboring property owners with an estimate of closure time and, if needed, continued access to their properties during such closure. Township does not assume any liability or responsibility for claims of adjoining property owners, and Aspen agrees to indemnify Township for damages to adjoining owners' property as a result of Aspen's work in connection with Exhibit A and made a part hereof.
So my understanding, John, that's under the heading of road maintenance, winter maintenance, et cetera, more the operational side and capital improvements that may be necessary for that private street, not for the construction of the project itself.
But that would be for the construction with the cranes. It would be for the construction of the project itself. So that was included in the agreement. And it was reviewed by your engineering staff and solicitor.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably superfluous, but the fact that it's there, it doesn't hurt anything. I don't see how it assigns us any additional liability. But the private street agreement doesn't really need to get into the details of how construction activities take place. It's purely for maintenance and sustaining the condition of that private roadway. So as I said, I'm not concerned about it. John mentioned that Betsy reviewed it. She's not concerned about it. I don't think, as far as liability concerns go, that there's any real additional assignment of, that's passed along to the township through that verbiage. But I also don't necessarily think it would have to be in there. I think a lot of that would be covered through the traffic control plan. However, it's possible, as I said, through legal review, that they preferred that it be in there because it's a private roadway. Whereas typically, as I mentioned before, we would handle some of those conditions through the issuance of a highway occupancy permit if it were in public right of way. So I guess maybe that addresses that concern as well. I'm sorry, I don't have a better answer for you, Ms. Strickland. I think that's as good as we're going to be able to get here tonight.
That's fine. That answers my question. I was mostly concerned that, and I assume the solicitor had read and approved all of this. It just seemed, it was not my understanding of what the agreement would include. And then the fact that it was under the snow removal and maintenance section, I thought maybe, it was just kind of odd that it was in there. So
Okay.
That's fine. So, I mean, I guess if we could go back and figure out why that was added in, if you're, I don't feel the need to ask that to be removed at this time. You've allayed those concerns, but if we could clarify, at a later time why that's in there for our knowledge, I'd appreciate that. That was a much longer comment than I thought it was going to be. And that's really all I had. I mean, I have still concerns about the pedestrian crossing on Buckout. I guess probably the same ones that the Planning Commission members had. But since that's not within the township, we just don't have control of that. And I guess also because it's a PennDOT related road, their hands would be tied further. So I'm disappointed that more isn't able to be done there. But there's nothing I can see that could improve that at this point.
Thank you, Lisa. So I actually have worked up, I think, 3 questions / comments. I'm going to ask you to shoot up, if you can, that intersection, the Buckout West College intersection for us, and just one more time walk through what is planned to be there. And then I'm going to ask 2 questions not about that. So I'm just going to say what they are. One is the delivery restriction between 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. I want to talk about that. And then I want to talk about this being a corner building and a showcase building. And if the developer could just talk about that corner building, what they've done to make it sort of like an anchor, like we wanted our ordinance, and if that's changed at all between the preliminary and final plan. So those are the 3 things. So that intersection, I see that intersection is up. Thank you. And I see, okay, so that is, I'm just a little confused because of the comments. So that is what we now see on the plan right there. That is what is going to be in reality also. Is that correct? Or do those comments somehow modify what we're looking at in a way that hasn't been changed yet?
This is Chuck Worcester. I can actually read out of the report, the approved report, what we'd recommended relative to that pedestrian.
Thank you.
Crossing. So upgrade the pedestrian ramps for the southern crossing at the intersection of West College and Buckout to bring them into compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act where technically feasible, indicating that they're not currently ADA compliant. So we'd recommended that they be ADA compliant. This includes the ramps on the southwest and southeast corners of the intersection, as well as the ramp junctions within the median channelizing the eastbound right turn movement. So that would be that entire southern crossing. Next was install pedestrian signage or crossing signage for the crosswalk crossing the eastbound right turn lane. The following signage is recommended. It is a pedestrian sign, is W11-2 with the ahead plaque, sign 19-9P, installed on eastbound College Avenue ahead of the intersection. Recommended distance to be 150 to 200 feet or otherwise directed by PennDOT. And I believe that sign has been depicted. Is that shown on there, John? Thought it was.
Too small for me to see. I see painted yield sign.
Yeah. Double
lane.
But they are, and it may be on another sheet. I
think that was a separate sheet that was sent out.
Okay.
Next, a pedestrian sign W11-2 with a diagonal downward pointing arrow plaque, sign W16-7P, installed along the right side of the roadway at the crosswalk itself. Install type C, which are the piano key crosswalk markings for the following crossings at College Avenue and Buckout from the southeast corner to the southeast corner of the intersection. This includes the crossing the channelized eastbound right turn lane and the crossing of the southbound lane heading towards Beaver from the southeast corner to the northeast corner of the intersection, i.e. the westbound College Avenue lanes. Install yield pavement markings 20 to 50 feet ahead of the crosswalk, channelized right turn. Those are depicted. Install a yield here to pedestrian signs, R1-5L on the right side of College Ave, where the yield markings are in previous bullet point located, which I believe has been shown. It has. Install the following signage, and it talked about truck restrictions too, but relative to the crossings, those are all improvements we had recommended to that existing crossing.
Okay, and then the follow-up question to that is, I know I've asked this before, once these things are in place, we do not have to wait for PennDOT to repaint them, correct? We can repaint them whenever they fade, correct?
I believe that all of those types of crossing, they're not longitudinal crossings, so all non-longitudinal crossings would be the responsibility of the department unless otherwise agreed to.
I don't know what the department refers. I'm sorry. So can we?
Longitudinal lines are your double yellow center lines, the white edge lines, things like that. Everything like crosswalks, stop bars, limit lines, things like that. They typically have, unless you have a separate agreement, most of those are handled by the municipality.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. And then Jenna, can we make sure that those signs that were discussed are definitely depicted in the plan? Because now that I'm more experienced, I know about how it works. If it's not actually on the plan,
We have
then
them.
you do. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Great.
They were in a separate email from John.
Fantastic. Thank you. Okay. And then question about the why I tried to look and I could not find what normal restrictions are for deliveries. So I would imagine in residential districts, we don't get truck deliveries. We don't have to worry about them coming in the middle of the night. What is the general rule for this kind of thing? Because this is abutting people's houses, and now we somehow are requiring the interruption of their sleep and for the unloading of trucks. And I think that that is a conflict provoker, and I don't understand why we would do that. And so if this is just to ease the children getting out to go shopping from their, apartment, I don't know that we really should put that kind of restriction on. If the trucks can come before midnight, let them come before midnight. Can somebody please speak to that restriction that was noted in the comments?
I believe that was a comment from Ron Seibert, and I believe the overall intent was to try to stop trucks from loading in that area on the frontage part, traffic, the pedestrians, and if you have it to non-peak hours would be the best, in Ron's opinion, for that.
I guess I would disagree, because during non-peak hours is exactly when they'll be parked out there in front when they have less traffic. I would understand why we would want to try to control for that in any manner that we could, but that method of control is inducing conflict. And I don't, they're already supposed to be delivering in the back of the building, and that's already abutting the neighborhood. And we've already made them make spaces back there for these delivery trucks that have taken spaces out of the shared use cache of one single solitary space, I guess, that we now have for the shared use parking space. So we've now made them take spaces out of that cache for trucks to park. And now we are going to make trucks only deliver in the middle of the night. And I would like to remove that restriction and do the opposite. I'd actually like to have them not allowed to deliver in the middle of the night. If you go across the street and you look at that house lot, it used to be a fine functioning grocery variety store and now is a construction site basically. The problems that we have coming from that are trucks going in there when they're not supposed to in the middle of the night and making noise. The residents around there want that kind of activity limited to 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., not 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. So I would like to not take that advice and change that and not do that for the sake of the preservation of that neighborhood. I would like to not have that happen. Can we discuss that?
We're happy.
The only I would say, just from, and I'm not involved in this particular development, but have a lot of experience relative to deliveries of trucks and how they're functioning. But generally, these deliveries have to occur while the store is open so that they can receive the deliveries. Delivery drivers generally don't have access to the building. So unless they're leaving things outside, which they generally aren't, it generally limits it to store hours for the most part, is my experience. I don't know whether that helps.
That makes a heck of a lot of sense, what you're saying right there. And I'm realizing the problem I'm talking about is like a lay down yard, so they wouldn't have that particular constraint.
Exactly. This is commercial. It's got to be received.
Yeah. So can we consider that that's an unnecessary and opposite of what we want to do restriction on the developer and change that? And then I still have that outstanding question for my own education. In this particular corridor, it's not going to be the first time we come upon this. The residential district is smacked up against the commercial district, and right on the other side is a busy state route. So we, by nature of doing this kind of a thing, we almost ensure the entire length of that we're going to have disruption on that border. So I would want to not set that as our standard. And I would want to not do that for the sake of the people that have to receive goods and for the sake of the adjacent landowners. And if those trucks are out there delivering 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. in that Route 26 lane, they can get a ticket and not do it again. They can get one of those big tickets, the $100 ones, and not do it again. So could we change that restriction? And I'm looking at Dave Probalka right now, because I know right now I don't remember seeing that in the preliminary. So I think it's a departure, but that's not what I'm considering here right now. But I just want to not pass that along with the land development plan.
I mean, as far as I'm aware, it's a condition that was requested by staff. It's not something that is resident in any of our ordinances as a requirement. So I think it would be within the board's purview if you elected to remove a restriction. I would certainly, think that the applicant would be okay if you're removing a restriction as opposed to adding additional ones, but you still may want to, confirm that perhaps. There's no issues with it that I'm aware.
Thanks, Dave. And Steve, I'll go to you and then I'll go to the applicant.
Yeah, I guess my question would be, there shouldn't be deliveries coming along Route 26. So I'm wondering if that restriction was put in there to minimize the number of trucks turning into that alley at 8 in the morning when you've got traffic going through there, or at 5 in the afternoon. That would be my question is, before we make a change to what was recommended by staff, I think there had to be a reason for that recommendation. And I don't think it had anything to do with the surrounding neighborhood. I think it was a traffic recommendation if it was coming from Ron. So I would question whether we might not be looking at something that was placed there for a specific reason that we're not aware of.
understand what you're saying. I agree with you on the count because, I mean, we all know that that is going to be a problem there, but this applicant, I mean, that was the plan, and this restriction is invasive into the neighbors, and it seems like it causes a problem for goods delivery. So if anything, I would want to kick it back to staff and say, if you want to prohibit something and you're concerned about traffic flow, do one of those, 7 a.m., 9 a.m., 4 p.m., 6 p.m. kind of restrictions, one of something like that during congested times. And that would be something where, I don't know, I would think that it would be like in the benefit of the applicant and the township that if it were congested and weird like that, that we would just do that then, and we could do that then, as opposed to putting a restriction like this on the plan. That's my thoughts. I don't disagree that he was trying to control for something there. I just think it makes another problem that I'm more worried about us not being able to deal with. Applicant, what say ye about us removing and or kicking back this restriction to staff for a less restrictive restriction?
I don't see any problem with it. I don't know if my team or John has any comments. I think we were just trying to follow the staff's recommendations. So
understood.
It is probably not coincidental that township engineer did not earmark peak street traffic hour conditions in his time frame. So if you just say that all deliveries have to be received off peak street traffic hour conditions, you've probably nailed it.
That sounds good to me. Can we move to change that restriction from requiring 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. to no peak street deliveries? Peak
Defined
street
as
flow,
7 to 9, 4 to 6.
whatever Chuck said.
Yeah, just no 7 to 9, 4 to 6, 7 to 9 a.m., 4 to 6 p.m. peak street traffic conditions.
Would that still allow for the late night, even though it's not likely? Well, I guess if there's, I don't know, there might still be something. Doesn't that still allow for the late night delivery?
It would be the hours of operation of the retail. That's the only time they can receive deliveries.
Yeah, so Lisa, I think there's a natural constraint on that then, but it is a question for staff. I am curious as we look at this district being developed, because in a general commercial, I kind of don't care. Like if giant trucks are coming into Giant, up on North Atherton at 2 a.m., I don't think anybody's any the wiser. At this location and all along this corridor, that's going to be a thing. So I don't know. It's a mixed use district. One may not prohibit that normally, but in this particular case, so I'm glad we got to talk this out. And, also most times uses are going to not allow for that, like Chuck is pointing out. Where we could maybe find like a problem would be like the animal center that, right, is like now they're going to have late hours. Maybe they get a delivery late, but yada, yada. I digress. So I don't know if Jenna has anything to say in terms of restrictions typically.
I can check with Ron after this meeting, just so I have consensus from the board. The goal would be to have deliveries during business hours of these businesses, not at night, and see if he can go from there on his restrictions for delivery times. Okay.
Yes.
I can do
that. And then my last question was just about, apparently, this is supposed to be kind of a showcase building there on the corner. The TSD is like focused on corners and how important they are. And the facade can't be all one unified thing. You've got the little porch going on there. Has that changed since the last time we saw the plan? Have you made any modifications to that being an anchor and the facade and the operations there with the porch and whatnot?
I believe we're carrying the same design that we had originally, and has been submitted to the city.
Okay, that was an easy one. All right, that's all I had. Lisa.
I saw one question in the chat about clarifying where traffic will come in and out. And I assume that question is about Calder Way. So can you just, I guess, describe who can come in where on Calder Way and from where? What are the allowances on Buckout and Butts?
And entrance of the easternmost driveway to Calder, closest to Buckout, is entrance only. The other is egress, and I believe it's ingress egress. So all of that would be focused to those two driveways.
Okay, thanks. And I was reminded, I did want to ask about the bus stop, the CATA bus stop, where that ended up at.
John, I don't know if you know that answer.
CATA is looking at relocating the stop to the northern corner of Buckout and College.
On
College.
Okay, on College. Okay.
Yes.
So same as where they were talking about it before.
Correct.
Right. So before Buckout, if you're leaving town.
Yes.
Okay.
Before, if I may, oh, I'm sorry, may I make one, just ask a question?
Yeah.
We kind of left that condition amendment hanging out there.
Yes, right.
You
Was
wanna
that an
change
official motion and a vote?
by a motion, yeah.
Whew, boy, I need a refresher on process tonight. Okay, so we trailed off with our change. I guess I didn't fully realize. So the thing that Jenna is going to be talking about with Ron, we need to officially amend. You need to make an official amendment for that.
Right. So the way I had it recorded, and while it wasn't done in the way of a formal motion, but it would be to modify the delivery time frame, I guess, if you will, from being that no deliveries before midnight language that you referenced to no peak delivery hours. So between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. and 6 p.m.
Well, yeah, the only thing was that I left it slightly more open-ended because we can't really read Ron's brain, but if we are assuming correctly, it was about peak traffic and that would be it. But yeah, Jenna could work with him. But yeah, the intent would be to not allow the 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. and to shift it to the day during an appropriate traffic time. So I'll put that forward as a motion. If anybody wants to second it.
I'll second.
Okay,
So
and then-
now to just restate. So we are saying deliveries to be allowable during business hours, except hours of high traffic, say 7 to 9 and 4 to 6.
Yes. Yep. So does anybody have any other discussion on that point? And let's call for a vote if not. All right. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, you got your official amendment there. All right. And not sure where we are. I haven't called for official motion yet. We're going to take any public comment. Lisa, were you in the middle of a comment? I'm sorry. No? Okay. Does the public want to comment on anything?
Yes, I do.
Thanks, Rhonda.
Okay, I'll make myself visible here if I can. Okay. So I know that Mr. Wooster, you answered the question about egress, but I didn't understand it. I live in that community, so I'm really concerned not just about foot traffic, but about car traffic because, you know, it's a very sharp turn and there's a lot of traffic there. So if you could, in layman's term, just give me like, where do cars pull in when they come on College Avenue? Where do they come out at?
And you can share your screen if you have that capacity, if you wanted to do that, that's fine.
Yeah, I apologize. I don't, only because I was a last minute fill-in for
No
Jim, who's
problem.
supposed to be here. So the looking at the development figures of how we have traffic coming in, I know that there was some discussion on distribution. The predominant access will be College Avenue, obviously, with the predominant traffic coming from the campus. College Avenue coming in, left turn onto Buckout, right turn into Calder Way, right turn into the driveway.
Oh, they're going to make a left on Buckout, turn right into the alley, and then right.
Yeah, they have the option. Obviously, they have the option to continue straight and then make the left turn onto Butts, left turn into Calder. We looked at those volumes. Worst case, that the majority would, because the truth of the matter is people look for the shortest distance between 2 points. That's the fastest way to get into the place. So
they, yeah.
If
you'll have to cross traffic then, right at that turn. That's so dangerous.
Well, no, we had to do a very specific analysis of that intersection because of that cross maneuver. They have to cross, basically merge into another lane before they have to turn onto Calder. So we performed a gap analysis to identify the adequate number of gaps to be able to make that turn, and found that we have far more gaps than we have turns. So we recognize that is a movement that could be made. We needed to verify from a capacity standpoint that movement has more than sufficient capacity, and we indeed did find that, presented that in our findings to both townships and to the Department of Transportation to their satisfaction.
Wow. Sounds dangerous to me. Making that right turn, cars tend to go into the left lane. If you're coming on the left lane, trying to cross the cars that are turning to the right. And is there going to be a speed limit and a slower speed limit?
Well, there is already a speed limit. Remember, when you're making that turn, you have to do so at the design speed of that intersection, which is, you can't get around that turn at the prevailing speed going on College. You have to slow because you're actually making a left turn, and it's a sharp left turn. So you're not making that at 25 or 35 miles an hour. You're making it at 10 or 15.
Right, but the cars that are coming from the other direction.
But they're also making a 90-degree turn. So they're not doing so at 35 miles an hour either. And those people are actually looking at each other. So the sight distance is more than adequate because they're basically almost posing each other. The issue is, once that turn is made, the right turn, the left turn person from College has to yield to that because he has to yield to the right turn movement. The right turn movement has to make a decision as whether they're getting over as quickly too. But again, if there's adequate gaps in traffic so that you're not, if you come together, there's got to be a yield. And the yield is the left turn has got to yield to the right turn. But if they're not coming together, there's an adequate gap, it's just going to be able to pull over. There's more than sufficient sight distance for both maneuvers to be made. The capacity is there to be able to make it. That's what we were concerned with.
It sounds very scientific. I live there and drive it every day, and I can't imagine that that's not going to be a problem because people do drive faster than they should have. There's a lot of traffic on that road. It just sounds, yeah, I guess it's a done deal, but
it has more to do with capacity. Scary. The issue is it is somewhat of an unusual movement because you're turning from a two-way street to a one-way street. So, and that's two-way and it's two-lane. So there's got to be a yield movement. It's certainly not done at any significant speed, and sight distance is more than adequate. What we were concerned with as engineers is there adequate gaps in traffic? Because there's a lot of traffic making that right-hand turn from College, eastbound and going south on Buckhorn. So we recognize that volume. That was the biggest consideration is there sufficient gaps in traffic? And the way that, because of the geometry of that intersection and the right-of-way control, meaning how people move, the standard way to analyze it wasn't adequate. So we had to actually physically go perform a gap analysis. They're not very often we have to perform gap analysis. And that's a very accurate representation of whether there's adequate gaps there or not, and there are.
Chuck, I have a quick question. Sorry, go ahead, Rhonda.
One thing I would recommend, I'm not in favor of this at all, but one thing, when there's 2 lanes coming down Buckout, whatever direction, when they're coming from, cars always think they have to get into the left lane in order to make the left onto College. They always jump over. I've recommended at one of these meetings years ago that there are 2 arrows, because there's 1 arrow going straight right now and there's 1 arrow to the left. If there were 2 arrows to the left, people might get the idea that they can stay in their right-hand lane and make this curve to the left. So I think that should be looked at, because people jump lanes all the time there.
That whole stretch is basically a weave. They're changing lanes, and we recognize that. The most important characteristic is there an adequate gap when that occurs? So, and we're confident that there is, and that was the critical movement in that location.
Okay.
Thanks, Rhonda. I have a follow-up question, Chuck. That gap analysis you did, was that completed during COVID?
I don't believe so, because I think it was done off of the video that had been done prior to COVID based on another traffic study. I think we document that in the report.
That would be great, because, I mean, I know we talked about some PennDOT formula to accommodate for COVID, but I can't imagine that it would be
I think what's funny is that, in my opinion, the whole COVID adjustments are a little bit silly, but we're doing them. All we're doing is making them very, very conservative. Let's see here.
And I believe all the TIS was done using before COVID data.
Okay, that's good. That would be so relevant to those gaps for sure.
I believe Planning Commission asked that during the preliminary review.
Not surprised.
I believe they used the data from the Penn State parking garage.
Yeah, it was the manual gap study was using the video data from College and Buckout from November 2019. So we took video
gotcha.
Performed
it's the squeaker. Got it in there right before. Gotcha. Okay. All right. Okay, Lisa.
Sorry, I just wanted to thank Rhonda for her comments, because I too drive through there very regularly, and I just to validate her thoughts on this, it is a very, very tricky intersection, and even coming off of College onto Buckout, trying to get into the right lane to go across Beaver straight up into the Holmes Foster neighborhood is difficult. So having to get into the right-hand lane on Buckout even sooner really does cause me concern, because that is a much faster switch of lanes that you're going to have to make. And I appreciate what you're saying about the gap study. So I truly hope that is the way it is. There's nothing, I guess, essentially different in this plan than there was in the preliminary plan. So there's not really a way that we can stop it at this point, but these have been my concerns from the beginning, and they remain. So I absolutely hope that that's correct, that gap study.
Yep. So hopefully we can improve our ordinance a little bit in the future, and maybe accommodate more for bicycles and less for cars, and try to do some appropriate things and try to mitigate this problem from a more general way, hopefully, as we move forward. So, all right. I think that we have probably talked all these points about as much as we're going to. So we're probably ready for a motion. Anybody wants to make it?
Yeah, I'll move that the Board of Supervisors approve the West College Student Housing Final Land Development Plan, subject to the conditions described in the Community Planner Memorandum dated June 11th, 2021.
This is Patty, I'll second.
And do we have to say as amended tonight, Dave, as a technicality? Okay, we all know that. All right, great.
Any further discussion at all on the plan, on the motion? All right, I think this is a regular vote. All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. Thank you, gentlemen, for your time.
You're welcome. Good night.
Good night. All right, folks, I need to take a brief break. I'm sorry. Can we do 5 minutes? Okay, great. See you back here in 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. All the board members are back and we've got a chunk of agenda to head through yet. So let's get back started back at it. First up, we've got the approval of our consent agenda. I'll entertain a motion, please.
I present you to move that we approve the consent agenda.
This is Patty, a second.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next up, a public hearing on a resolution of the Township of Ferguson, Center County, Pennsylvania, adopting an update to the Center Region Act 537 Sewage Facilities Plan, and this will be introduced by Dave Probalka.
Thank you. I'll keep my introduction brief. This is done in accordance with the Pennsylvania Sewage Facilities Act. This Act 537 of 1996 requires all member municipalities, in this case that are signatory to the University Area Joint Authority sewer system, to adopt a resolution approving any revisions to the official Center Region Act 537 plan. The board heard a presentation at the May General Forum meeting of the Center Region Council of Governments that describes the study which is linked to in the agenda. Copy of the resolution is attached with your agenda, and this is specifically to approve the replacement of the ultraviolet wastewater disinfection system with an ozone treatment system. Corey Rilk, who's a senior planner at Center Region Planning Agency, is here today. If any board has any questions, otherwise the resolution is included with your agenda.
Thank you, Dave. Corey, did you have anything you wanted to add right now?
No, I will add
Okay.
that nothing major, but there is no rate increase. I did wanted to say too, and I think the ozone system will be much more efficient at putting better wastewater into the Spring Creek.
Great, great. Okay, and this is a public hearing, so we will open it up to public comment. Anyone in the public like to comment on this item? All right, seeing none, I will close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
This is Patty. I move that the Board of Supervisors adopt the resolution amending the Center Region Act 537 Sewage Facility Plan.
This is Lisa, I'll second.
Right, any discussion? Okay, this is a roll call vote. Dave Probalka.
This is presented as resolution number 2021-23. Ms. Stevens,
Yes.
Ms. Strickland,
Yes.
Ms. Danini,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Mitra.
Yes.
Great, motion passes unanimously, and thank you, Corey. And on we go to the award of contract 2018-PWGGS rooftop solar photovoltaic system for the Public Works Maintenance Facility.
Good evening.
Sorry, Dave Modricker. Sorry.
Bids were open publicly via a virtual public meeting for the solar contract on Tuesday, May 25th. Myself, Summer Brown were present. Solar bid was advertised in the Center Daily Times, sent out to potential bidders. We received 2 bids, Energy Independent Solutions, EIS, in an amount of $208,000, Infinity Inc., $190,225. In accordance with discussions with the Board of Supervisors at a work session on March 31st, regarding quotes that we had received for a solar power purchase agreement, staff bid the project as a contract lump sum to install the solar system, and included an option for the bidders to submit a hybrid power purchase agreement. You may recall that it first went out on the street as a request for proposals for a power purchase agreement. We did not receive pricing as favorably as we had anticipated. The The reasons for that being the size of the project wasn't quite large enough to attract some bidders that we had hoped it would, and also allow the financing to be more favorable, given that we have rather low energy pricing here in our area. The contract specifies the use of Pennsylvania prevailing wages. That was also an item that was discussed by the board at that time. Staff and our consultant, Marcus Sheffer of 7 Group, evaluated financing option submitted by the low bidder, Invinity. We based the award based on the low lump sum bid and then entertained the option so that it was very clear to the bidders what was the basis of award. In our opinion and recommendation to you, the lump sum base bid is more cost effective of the options, and the township does still retain the solar renewable energy credits. There was some discussion we had about SREX, solar renewable energy credits, and REX, renewable energy credits, and it does allow us the most flexibility. And in the future, in the event that the value of the SREX, the solar renewable energy credit, goes up, we can take advantage of that. So staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors award contract 2018 PWGGS rooftop photovoltaic system for the Ferguson Township Public Works Building 6 to the low bidder Invinity for the lump sum amount of $190,225.
Thank you, Dave Modricker. I would love to entertain that motion. Dave just summed it up nicely.
This is Patty. I will recommend that we accept the motion that Dave Modricker just outlined.
Do we have a second? Thank you. All right, do we have any discussion on the matter? All right, thank you for all your hard work with this, and we're ready for a vote. This is a voice vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is a cool project. I'm excited.
Yeah, really is. It's exciting that it turns out it's going to be a local company too. That's cool.
Yes, they'll be very pleased.
Yeah, loving that works out. All right, next up is a discussion of public access between Whitehall Road Regional Park and Musser Gap. This will be presented by me. This was a board request that kind of went straight to the agenda. So as it says in the narrative, at its May meeting, the COG Parks Capital Committee discussed once again, as you've heard much of, as we've discussed Whitehall, the importance of establishing public access to the connection for the connection between Whitehall Road Regional Park and Musser Gap. The Parks Capital Committee also expressed some concern about securing this easement, guaranteeing public access, and expressed some support for Ferguson Township to proceed in discussing the matter with the property owner, which is Penn State. I've provided some links there. One of them is an article talking about the history of this connection. I've provided both the Ferguson Township official map and the regional existing and proposed bikeway map, because as it turns out, even though this is something that we've all talked about and planned for, and it's contained in the Whitehall Road Regional Park Master Plan, we have not yet amended those maps to include this bikeway. And so I thought, since that's the way that we communicate with the public and with other municipalities of our intent, that we could probably go ahead and work on amending those two maps to show that bikeway or the proposed bikeway. And so you see there's potentially 3 actions that could come out of this. The 2 are just a map amendment to show where the bikeway is. And then the third is a request for staff to discuss a potential easement for public access to preserve that connection in perpetuity. So that's the presentation of the topic. I would take any questions and then see where we want to go in terms of if 1, 2, or 3 potential actions that would come out of this. So any questions or thoughts? Questions or thoughts? Steve?
Yeah, I guess my question would be probably for staff. If we did have an easement, could we do it in such a way that we're not taking on responsibility for maintenance? Or would the easement give us responsibility for maintenance? And the second would be for the action of including on the official map. I mean, I guess that only comes into play if they plan to develop that, which would then allow us to take possession of it by, taking or whatever, or, eminent domain. But again, that would incur costs for the township. So I just want to be sure we're not setting up something where we take something that the university has shown an intention to build and make it a public public works project of the township and pick up the costs ourselves. That would be my main concern.
Thanks, Steve. And I'll ask Dave to answer that. But in terms of cost, this is something that Parks Capital Committee will plan to continue to discuss. I'm not sure how that would play out, obviously. But so this would just be kind of opening the discussion with Penn State to talk about what it might look like. So, yeah. And Dave.
The question that Mr. Miller asked about an easement and whether it would prescribe any maintenance responsibility to the township, I think the short answer is no. I was looking, Dave must have dropped off, Dave M., who speaks easement fluently. But, typically, we have a myriad of easements all over the township for a variety of reasons: stormwater, pedestrian, utility, etc. And the easement itself is purely just a recording or a recorded instrument that gets attached to the deed. And my understanding is it doesn't automatically assign any maintenance responsibilities. Commonly, the easement that's recorded will be supplemented with a written agreement that would describe how, if at all, those maintenance responsibilities would be shared between the owner of the underlying property and then the easement owner. In this case, would be the township. There's broader liability, other kinds of risks we may be assuming by holding a pedestrian easement. I'm probably not the right person to ask that question of, but I don't think anything would automatically assign maintenance responsibilities if we were to hold an easement, short of a supplemental agreement that may be recorded along with it that may, in doing so, assign that. We have one, for example, the Stonebridge shared use path. So that is an easement that was approved by the board that's recorded on that tax parcel on the approved along with the deed for that tax parcel. In this case, it's its own tax parcel, that entire stretch of bike path. And then we have a supplemental agreement that was recorded right along with it that talks about maintenance and capital improvements and liability and all those different assignments. So, I guess that's what I have the most direct experience with. If this were purely a designation on the deed of an easement area, I don't think that would automatically prescribe any maintenance. It may assign liability, but I'm, again, not the right person to answer that.
That was a good question, Steve, and thanks for that answer, Dave. And also this, in terms of that particular action, would be just a preliminary step for staff to begin that discussion and embark on that, because it's been discussed for so long, but we've never actually kind of proceeded with finding out what we have to do to make it a reality. So any other questions? Lisa?
So from what I'm reading, it looks like the Parks Capital and the, I guess, Parks Committee wants an easement. So it just it seemed to them to make sense for it to originate with the township requesting it because the township is hosting the park. So that makes sense. Okay, so in terms of where exactly we're looking at, I looked at some of the maps. So are you saying just some point of access from the park somewhere to?
Well, yeah, that's a good question. I have been looking at this particular thing for a long time now, and I got the plans for the lower portion of the already finished trail that is it would be on the east side of 45. There are plans that show exactly where that goes. And then on a map of Rothrock that DCNR was taking comments on, they had drawn actually the Musser Gap Greenway. And so, Steve, remember you and I had talked about all these different names: Musser Trail, Musser Gap Greenway, Musser Gap Trail. There's like 3 segments there. And so here's how I understand it now, is that currently there's like a plan with the township called Clearwater Musser Greenway Trail, I think it's called, that has the exact pathway of the lower portion. Then on the DCNR map, the entire rest of the trail is drawn. And it does follow the farm lane. Details, not necessarily something that we have to know right now. And that would also be something you're going to be working with the landowner to see what they're comfortable about. So this is, again, just that preliminary step to say, we really want to make sure that we want to secure public access across that parcel forever. What does that mean to you, Penn State? What does that look like? Let's see where that connection actually is in plans and make that happen. So it's kind of a long answer. I do believe that somewhere there is an official Musser Gap Greenway Trail map.
I think there must be, because there was state money used to build the lower half of it. And so there must be an agreement, and I would assume it is between Clearwater and the university and probably DCNR.
Yes.
To extend it, but I don't know that for certain. It wasn't something I was involved in at Clearwater, but I know that DCNR provided a substantial amount of money for the lower part of the trail. It's already completed. I can't imagine they did that without some agreement that it would extend beyond going to the middle of the field.
And that's consistent with some of the language that you see in the press about it, saying about how that was the initial segment. And
Right.
So, yes. So, the proposal would be that it would follow whatever the plan was, to make that connection. We don't need to forge any new ground or anything.
Yeah, that makes sense. I can't quite picture where it would be. So that makes sense that you're saying we're not exactly sure where it would be, but to ensure that we can get from the park to the trail, I think makes a lot of sense. Those walking paths are a big part of the park. So that part makes sense to start that discussion. The official map, I think, that's a really interesting question. And that's a good point Steve brought up. This is proposed right now. I guess, we don't know for sure that, this is what's going to happen, the Musser Gap to Valley Lands project. So maybe it makes sense to put it on there. I don't know, but I'd like to have that discussion. and amend the region's existing bike map. Yeah, I think, to add that on there. Yeah, I think that all sounds good.
Thank you, Lisa. And I don't know if you're going to be able to see this. Oh, not good at all. But if you could see that there's a blue line running here.
Yep.
Whitehall is up here. Oh, now it's going to go dim. That's helpful. Over here is 45 and Mustard Gap. And this blue line is actually the Mustard Gap Greenway Trail.
Oh, okay.
And that is
the
that
green,
DCNR map. So
okay. Is the green the park?
yeah, and it is shown to connect the park. Isn't that helpful?
Yeah.
Shown to connect the park and across 45 there.
Okay. Yeah.
So that is the map that I have found that has that actual notation of, and with the name and everything, it's, traceable. Yes. So Steve, I agree with what you're saying about that.
Yeah, I'm sure there has to be an agreement somewhere, but I don't know who holds it. So.
And also, if it turned out that we initiated this conversation and Clearwater preferred to hold the easement, and that was a thing that worked out well, I'm not opposed to that either. The only point here is to secure that public access, and we're the municipality of jurisdiction. So yes, out of that conversation at Parks Capital, it kind of came out like, well, you're the municipality of jurisdiction, you're going to have to open that dialogue up. So yeah. Other questions? So could we make one large motion, Dave, or would you want multiple motions if we're going to do multiple actions? And I can kind of lead us through this.
That's the chair's prerogative. I would say
Okay.
that if there were maybe a desire of the board to pursue one and not another, then you'd want to do them separately. If you want to do all three of them, I don't have any issues with.
Okay. Let's take them separately just so we are all clear on it and we can, talk each point out if we need to. So I would first entertain a motion on directing staff to open up a dialogue with the property owner about securing public access through this parcel.
So moved. This is Lisa.
Okay, and do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any more discussion on that particular motion? Okay, then all in favor of that particular motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Next, let's go to the bike map amendment. And so I'll phrase this in terms of, so let me first say, here's how I understand that works is that we have it's another regional program, but also a municipal thing. So I talked to Jim May a little bit at CRPA about bike paths and how that works. And so do they review it or these kinds of things? And so they don't actually, like if we wanted to make a bike path, they would not review our bike path. I believe that we have a bike path map of Ferguson Township that's ours. And then there's also then the regional bike path map, which they draw from each individual municipality's maps. Okay, so that's okay. So then that pertains to my motion because my motion is then going to say that I move that we amend the Ferguson Township bike path map to show the proposed bikeway through that parcel. And then that'll matriculate up through the region. So that is my motion that we amend the Ferguson Township bike path map to show that proposed bikeway.
Second.
Steve.
Yeah, so your motion is to designate a proposed bikeway, not a bikeway at this point.
Yes, to show a
Okay, because
proposed
I think
bikeway.
if we start designating a bikeway without an agreement, we'd get into some
Oh, that's a
question there,
good
but-
point.
Yeah.
I was thinking, because in the way the bike map works, there is a proposed dotted line
Right.
and a solid.
Yeah, and I think until we have an agreement or find an agreement that calls it a bikeway, that we should leave it as proposed. But
Definitely proposed. Definitely. Present it.
Yeah, sorry, I might have missed this, but who owns that parcel now?
That is currently owned by Penn State. It's one large parcel, and it's the one that they're talking about doing the M to V Musser to Valley Land project on, that they have multiple potential plans for.
And what I'm trying to figure out is that, can we just say, okay, this is a bikeway, or do we need any permissions or any agreement or something like that more formally?
It depends. To just designate it as a proposed bikeway on our Ferguson Township map, my understanding is we don't need anything else. To actually make a bike path there, we need multiple other things. We need permission, probably an easement, funding.
Yeah, but you know, it's like saying, okay, it's our map, so we are saying it's a proposed bikeway, but I don't know if I'm struggling with understanding this. Is, I mean, we can't just say, okay, you know, so let's suppose there's a private lot empty. It's, you know, most possibly people are already biking through it or something, and we say, okay, this is a proposed bikeway. It just seems like it possibly we should get a permission first before doing it, in my mind. But I wanted to point that out. If everyone else is comfortable with it, I'm fine with it. I'm supportive of it, but that's the discomfort that I have a little bit.
Sure, Steve, it looks like you wanted to say something in response
Yeah,
to
I
that.
was
I
just
also
gonna say
wanted to
that-
mention something.
That Penn State has several times expressed an intent for that to be a bikeway or a walkway, a greenway, they called it. You know,
Yeah.
both. So I think for us to say it's proposed would be fine. I just wouldn't want to call it a bikeway. But I think since Penn State has expressed the intention to build that as a bikeway, that I have no problem with calling it a proposed one.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm sorry, are you there, Percentage?
I'd be fine with that, and we can notify them that this is what we have done and get some reactions or anything. Maybe they'll just say that's fine. That would be perhaps the right thing to do.
Thanks, Percentage. I'll add a few things then to that discussion as well. So Penn State has also had a representative on the COG Parks Capital Committee since its inception, even as when it was a temporary committee, like a non-standing committee. And they generated the master plan for Whitehall Road Regional Park. And they then agreed to that Whitehall, I don't know what they called it there, but it was the same thing to connect. So they were involved in that intent. And then I'll also echo what Steve said. They've just talked about it in other ways as well with the Musser Gap. All the articles, if you read, they were always intending Musser Gap to be connected with the rest of State College. So pedestrian and bikeway. So
I'm comfortable with that. Thank you for the.
Sure, good. It was a good question. And then I will also add is that we do just put on a map stuff on the official map that shows our intent for things like roads and bike paths straight through private parcels. We definitely do that. We did that the last time we changed our official map. And what it does is it provides you some legal standing to acquire that perhaps, but what it actually does, I think more importantly, is it shows the intent for the transportation network. And that was kind of one of the reasons for an official map. It's an actual ordinance, and it shows that we intend to build in a certain manner. So like right now there is a road, proposed road shown from the back end of Fox Point over to Whitehall Road. And that just goes right through somebody's private parcel. And then last time we did the official map, we did a bike path from there straight to Pine Grove Mills, just through this parcel. because we know it's really important to connect Pine Grove Mills via a bikeway. So yes, we also do that. But in this particular case, it is a little different because that's kind of like already a shared intent in multiple ways.
All right.
So,
Thanks.
sure. I do believe we have a motion and a second for that particular action. Is there any other question or comments? Okay. All in favor of adding the bikeway through that parcel onto the Ferguson Township bike map, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. And then the last action, I'll put it out to entertain a motion, and that would be to amend the official map to include that as a potential bikeway. And this would be similar to how we amended the official map last time, connecting Pine Grove Mills with the greater State College area. This would be intended to connect Mustard Gap with the greater State College area. So, and then the intent of the official map, like Steve mentioned, is although this parcel is not currently slated for development, it shows intent to the landowner that we would like to make that connection and permanent public access. And if they should choose to develop that parcel, it would give us first right to, I believe, Dave, acquire an easement on that particular segment on that bike path, or it would note that that was our priority. And Dave,
Well,
do you want to?
Just a couple of things.
Yeah.
So first of all, the official map is done by ordinance. So you can't amend it tonight.
Right.
If you did want to pursue modification to an official map, you would want to first probably direct staff to prepare a modified version to present back to the board prior to you authorizing advertisement for a public hearing. So there's, and then of course that because it's a zoning ordinance, there's a number of reviews, regional input, county input, et cetera, that would have to transpire before you'd actually take action. The standing of an official map kind of depends.
Right.
So it is something that's established by the municipality's planning code. So it's pretty well ordained and legislated. There is some application of an official map to, in terms of the ability for the township to acquire a piece of land based on what that intention, what that designated, what that designation is. It doesn't mean, and this is important, that the township can, for whatever reason, just because you put something on an official map, condemn a piece of property if it's presented for other development. In fact, when we had talked about our official map amendments, this was probably about 3 years ago now, there was quite a response from a few property owners, including Penn State University, in opposition to the designation of some of their lands as, and this is, you know, this is the other nuance. You'd have to talk a little bit about what you want to designate it.
Right.
But I think in the terms of that particular amendment, as it pertained to Penn State, the discussion was about designating that land, and this is the entirety of what has now become the MG2V initiative, designating that entire 260 plus acres as, actually, as I recall, I think the property was bigger than that, but as natural area conservation. If you designate it natural area conservation, there's no allowance under the eminent domain law for a township or municipality to acquire a piece of property that's designated natural area conservation. It has to be for another purpose that's allowed for under that eminent domain law. There's yet other questions that still exist that I can't answer about public property and you know, the university, in this case, Penn State University is a public entity. What is that? What is there any allowance for that kind of proceeding to take place? So there's a lot of unanswered questions that accompany the official map designation. If that's a direction the board wants to pursue, as I said before, your first step would just be to direct staff to prepare a draft modified official map to present back to the board. We would also want to do some analysis of some of these other issues and what the implications might be of that, but that can come later.
Thanks, Dave. Thanks for clarifying that. But I do want to, importantly, I do want to clarify that What I'm talking about here in this particular agenda item is really different from what was brought up before when we were talking about the official map. This is comparable to what we did with the Pine Grove Mills connection and not comparable with what we did with the White property. So I think it's parkland designation that gives you the right of first purchase or something, but this is a much more narrow thing that would be just to show that our intent is connect those parcels by bikeway, much more similar to the Pine Grove Mills connection, which I know board members that weren't here for that, maybe that's not a helpful distinction. But
well, the standing that the township would be, I guess, enabled to claim through a designation on the official map that I think is referenced, that the board is referencing now, is that if there's an application for development, at least in the case of the White property, that was a pre-application conference. I believe it was a charter school, if I remember correctly. That will begin kind of a shot clock. I believe it's 1 year for the township, in this case, to acquire either through fee simple negotiations or in lieu of that eminent domain proceedings, condemnation, to acquire that piece of property for the sole purpose of using it for whatever its designation is on that official map. But again, it has to be something that is both designated on the official map and is enabled by the eminent domain code. So, but again, and that would also have to come, it wouldn't just be something that the township could approach the property owner proactively and say, hey, this is on our official map, we're going to condemn the property. We could say, hey, this is on our official map, we want to do this project here. Can we start discussing acquisition? There's nothing that stops us from entering into good faith negotiations on property acquisition for this or any other piece of land. But as far as condemnation goes and the process for filing a declaration of taking, it has to meet those very prescriptive standards, and there has to be, in this case, a catalyzing event like a property owner applies for development of that parcel in order for that shot clock to start.
Right. And so I'm certainly not, so again, the intent of this particular action is not to designate it in a manner that would enable us to condemn the land. This would be making that bikeway designation on the official map so that if it were to be developed, we would be preserving that intent of that connection through the development process, since it's not like a whole parcel kind of a designation. So I kind of want to wrap it up because I don't want us to spend too long on this agenda item. We still have some few to get through here. So I want to ask for any questions and see if we want to make a motion. And specifically, this would be to amend the official map just to include a bikeway through that parcel. And for the newer supervisors, the way the official map works is if you were to designate a bikeway through that parcel, the line where it goes, it doesn't matter at all. It's just to note intent, not a specific pathway. So like when we did the bikeway connecting Pine Grove Mills to the Greater State College area, we just said, we'll just draw a line through it anywhere. It doesn't particularly matter. It's just a notation. We want a bikeway through this area. So I don't know if that clarifies anything. So are we interested in making that designation on the official map to preserve that opportunity should development be proposed? Steve?
I think at this point, I would prefer a motion to ask staff to look into the implications of it and maybe contact the property owner. I think the result of that might be to open discussion on the other items we have there. I I'm not sure would want to make a motion to actually write an ordinance for the amendment at this point, as much as to explore the possibilities. Because I think there are some legal questions that we would probably want to run past the solicitor before putting the effort into writing an ordinance.
Sounds good. And
So I would make a motion that we direct staff to, research adding this to the official map and what we would need to do that.
Okay, do we have a second?
Make that as a motion, yeah.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on that motion or second? All right, all in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. Thanks everybody for the good discussion and for the effort. Okay, next up, we have the authorization to conduct a traffic study at Radio Park Elementary, presented by Township Manager Dave Prabalka.
Thank you. I'm just pulling up. I had
No problem. Thank you.
an aerial here to share with you. All right, there it is. Before I do that, just a quick introduction. So I received a letter from Randy Brown, who's the Finance and Operations Officer for State College Area School District, approximately 1 month ago, which is attached to the agenda, requesting that the township conduct a traffic study to determine whether an additional stop sign is warranted at the intersection of West Cherry Lane and Martin Street. So this is right next to, in fact, the intersection is partly one of the four-way entrances and is an entrance to Radio Park Elementary School. There's also been a couple of requests received from other residents and particularly parents of school children that attend Radio Park Elementary School. State College Area School District was prepared to engage trans associates in a traffic study. But prior to that, they reached out to the township just to determine what the requirements would be and talk a little bit about scoping, at which point my response was, well, we typically do these in-house, which is true. So in any case, and I'm going to pull up the aerial just in a second here. Actually, I'll do that right now, just to orient you as to where we're at. So this is Blue Course and Martin Street. The intersection, and you're going down into Radio Park Elementary School. This is right at the State College Borough, Ferguson Township line. In fact, Radio Park Elementary School is in State College Borough. The boundary kind of wraps around the tax parcel where that school is located. The intersection here, West Cherry and Martin, and I've got I think I can get a street view. Yeah. So, and this is, as you can see, during construction of the school renovation. So there's a stop sign leaving the elementary school, and there's a stop sign on the approach from Martin Street. In fact, you can see it right here. There are no stop signs on the West Cherry Lane approach in either direction. So this has caused some issues for, as I said, mostly pick up and drop off of school children. I'm gonna stop my share here. We haven't had any incidents there. There have been a number of near misses that have been reported, and there seems to be a real concern about safety of school kids, pedestrians, and the like. We do get there are some walkers that walk to Radio Park, mostly from the Overlook Heights area and somewhere, kind of that, and even a little bit closer towards the borough, up North Atherton. So we do see some pedestrian traffic there. If the board wanted to proceed with this study, which staff is recommending we do, we would wait until the fall when students are back and conditions are a little bit more reflective of the concern there. So this isn't something we would be doing immediately, but it would be good to know now so that we can appropriately work it into the work plan for the township engineer. In all likelihood, what the school district is requesting is a four-way stop there. And the issue is with a four-way stop are that if you meet warrants for a four-way stop, they're generally the same as if you were to meet warrants for a traffic signal. So it's a little higher test. Typically, we don't install four-way stops in Ferguson Township. That's more of a past practice philosophy, I guess, maybe you'd call it, in the sense that typically prefer to construct a signalized intersection. And often when you see a four-way stop, it's supposed to be like a stopgap, a temporary measure until a signal permit is received and there's actually construction dollars to go into that signal. A three-way stop is a different story and probably much easier, not only for us to meet the warrants there, but certainly easier for us to proceed with the installation of, and we wouldn't have to worry about a signal. We're not going to pursue the study with a predetermined outcome in mind. We'll look at the conditions and the volume and speed concerns and other criteria. And depending on what the data bears out, that's what we would recommend, whether it be a signalized intersection or a three-way stop or some other traffic control measure that may address the concerns that are out there. As I said, at this point, we're just looking for direction from the board to pursue the study in-house. Once we get that, we'll work that into the engineer's work plan for the fall. Ron will conduct the study. We'll present the analysis and conclusions back to the board. And if anything significant has to be budgeted, it would be timely because we'll be kind of positioned right for a 2022 budget discussion if we have to allocate any funding for it.
Thanks, Dave. All right, let's start with a motion.
This is Patty. I move that the Board of Supervisors direct staff to conduct a traffic study at the intersection of West Cherry Lane and Martin Street.
This is Lisa, I'll second.
Do we have any discussion? Prasenjit?
Yeah, so my daughter and son went to Radio Park and I walked there and to pick them up and come back and so on. There is a problem there. What the right solution is, I think a study is what I would support. I have not had any problems, but I've seen people have almost near misses. But I think that, again, I don't want to predetermine things, but I think this is not the first time we are facing an intersection which behaves very differently at different times. So there is this spike that happens during school hours, and then it's very busy. And at other times it's not. So in Athens, I have also driven through there. I would possibly think that a signal there might be an overkill. It's, a stop sign is easier to navigate when there is nobody there. You just stop and then you can go. If there's a signal, unless the sensors are very up to date and so on, it takes a little bit more time, which may or may not be a bad thing because it forces people to stop instead of going through a rolling stop. So those are things I would think that a study should consider, and eventually whatever our guidelines are, we should go with that. So that's what I would support.
Thank you, Prasenjit. I'm noticing, Dave, I just pulled up Google Maps and I am just noticing that it looks like Radio Park Elementary doesn't have any sidewalks leading out to Cherry Lane. So
yeah,
because I was going to actually ask if we could, in advance, I know people are concerned about this area, and I was going to ask if we could just put some crosswalks in there because I know people would like something to be done before the school year, but we have a good reason not to do the study before the school year. But I was going to ask about crosswalks. And when I was looking at it to prepare to ask about crosswalks, I'm noticing there's no sidewalk. So do kids just walk out through the driveway there into the middle of the intersection? I would think that if we're going to improve this intersection, like with stop signs and crosswalks, we would want them to put a sidewalk in there to connect with that, right? So we can direct pedestrian traffic to the one best place to cross, right?
Yeah, typically, if you were putting crosswalks in an intersection, you'd want at least a refuge area, or if not a sidewalk and a place for pedestrians to go. try to avoid sidewalks that end up on the shoulder of a road, or certainly not out in the cartway. There's pretty thin shoulders there too, so there's not a whole lot of room to you know, kind of to maneuver that.
Yeah, so on the Radio
Very
Park
scientific.
side, it's extremely helpful, isn't it? On the, that's my screen, it's my DIY screen share. On the Radio Park side, there's no landing. There's no, you know, crossing too. So what's my point is, you guys are going to discuss that with the Radio Park folks then, as part of the, everybody's addressing the concern.
Yeah, on Martin Street, when I would walk, one of the sides, if I'm walking towards Radio Park, the right-hand side did not at least have a sidewalk. I think it still does not have a sidewalk. And people would, you know, walk across over, go on the sidewalk and then come back. But because the entrance to the school is on this side, oftentimes people would just walk by the road. On the side, there was no sidewalk. And then again, if you turn on the right, on both sides of the road, people would walk. And then you get into the parking lot and go in. I don't know if the new school construction has put in sidewalks on at least the school side, but some sidewalks would actually make it much more walkable.
So I'm just wondering if the scope of the study that we're asking you to do, if it includes that, the larger pedestrian movement around there, because I think it would be really valuable to do that. And you know, maybe we can draw from that Northland area study if it touched on that at all. But I think what Prasenjit is saying here, like I can see that pedestrian flow also contributes to the lack of safety there. So maybe we can try to address that too.
Yes, we can have those discussions. It'd be just a discussion with the school district and about what makes sense out there based on our observed conditions. Wouldn't be something that would be studied as part of a traffic assessment for signal warrants or stop sign warrants. You know, with crosswalks, and Dave and Ron and I have been passing around a draft. It's still pretty rough, but eventually it'll make its way to the board for crosswalk warrants. They're really kind of, I mean, there's a lot of best practices out there, and there's, you know, manuals and standards that PennDOT's developed and guidances about, you know, what you want to see when you have a crosswalk. You know, things like having pedestrian refuge areas for when they cross the street, safe places to get from A to B, sidewalk connections, etc. But, you know, it's really up to the board and the township to decide whether we want to instruct them. There's been some interest that the board has had of late in putting in sidewalks at different intersections as well as mid-block crosswalks. So that, you know, that's kind of got us thinking a little bit about a draft policy document that'll help guide us to decide whether a crosswalk would be warranted or supported, because there are some implications beyond just, hey, we see a lot of people crossing there, we should put one in. But that's not ready yet, and so it's difficult for us to review it through that lens. Most intersections are going to support a crosswalk, particularly when there is a, you know, observed pedestrian traffic there. But it's these other accommodations that may need to be provided that could certainly be more costly, may involve right-of-way, you know, if we're doing it ourselves, may involve right-of-way acquisition, design, engineering, permitting. I mean, there could be a lot more if it's beyond just painting, you know, the piano key crosswalk that you see on the street, the approach, approach designations and all that, stenciling. So we can have that discussion. There was some, this was certainly part of the study area, as you pointed out, Ms. Dennedy, for the Northland Area Transportation Mobility Study. I apologize, I don't know what if there were any recommendations for that intersection, what they bore out. We certainly could look into that. And
thanks, Dave.
we'll start there.
Thanks. So I see that there's some public comment, and I know we also have a motion on the table, if I remember correctly. So I do want to take the public comment, but then just in terms of process, after we, if we vote to direct y'all to do this, will this, when would we not then see anything again on this until the results of the traffic study? Is that the general idea? Okay.
Right, we would conduct this study in the fall when the students return, determine what, if any, the recommended policy action is, and then we'd present it back to the board. I would probably expect it sometime in September, October.
Okay. All right, thanks, Dave. So I think I'm sorry, your last name's cut off. Mark. Hi, Mr. Kisling.
Hi, yes, thanks to all of you. Yeah, I'm a Radio Park parent. We walked daily to school. I should say I'm a State College Borough resident. I live in College Heights, and we walk down Allen Street to where then Cherry Lane starts, cross Atherton, and walk all the way. And a number of us do. I'd be happy to talk at another point or even walk the route with you. You'll see immediately multiple concerns that, we've got to cross Cherry Lane twice. There's overgrowth from trees on the sidewalk. But the biggest concern to me is that I appreciate the traffic study. It just, on day one of the school year, we're right back where we've been this whole entire year. There's no crosswalk crossing Cherry Lane to go into Radio Park. And they have like kind of a paved path that now goes along the side where the buses are from the intersection up to the road. Sorry, my cat wants to join. But there's no crossing guard, there's no crosswalk. And just to stress, it's not just a vehicle concern, it's certainly a walker and biker concern, particularly as we think about sustainability issues. And I know Ferguson Township has been wonderful in this area. So I'd be more than happy to walk with my kids, with anybody who wants to take a look. I can share maps. And I'll say too, my wife wrote to the school district about this prior to last year. And we didn't realize that this was really a Ferguson Township issue. We thought it was a Radio Park issue and a SCASD issue. And I should say too, I know a prior traffic study has been done. It's just alarming to me that the current conditions are in place after a traffic study was done. So I'd be happy to talk much more, but just thank you very much for taking this so seriously and working hard on it.
Absolutely. Thanks for your time and for your comment. So Dave, do I understand correctly what you're saying? So I had suggested the potential for crosswalks without simultaneously, while realizing that intersection is maybe not even set up yet, to slap some crosswalks on there. Is that what you're saying? I would kind of like us to be able to do that, but it may not like really address it, and it might not be the right pathway. So are you suggesting we really hold off on doing anything until after we do the study, even though unfortunately the school year will have started, because we need to see that traffic pattern in order to do the study? So are you suggesting holding off on anything until then?
No, I don't think I'm suggesting a particular course of action either way. There's a couple of things. First, the stop sign has to be studied. We can't just go throw a stop sign out there because we understand that there's complaints and concerns. The consequences of that might be that if there is a violation, it won't be worth anything. It won't matter. So, we typically want to avoid doing that. We want to make sure that the conditions are observable. Now, we do, stop signs are, pretty low criteria to meet. I can't imagine that we'll have any issues justifying stop sign, at least on one approach coming from North Atherton on Cherry. The crosswalks, I'm not suggesting you wait on or don't wait on, but I will say that if you are moving in the direction of crosswalks, that you want to provide a place for people to cross, to land when they walk. So that just putting him out there on the street may create some concerns that we have at the staff level for conditions out there if you're encouraging people by way of a crosswalk, essentially saying it's okay to cross here, but you're not giving them a place to start and stop from.
Right.
So if you
Into
wanted
this
to do
pit on the
something-
other side, right? I understand
Right.
totally.
So if you wanted to do something like compare, in conjunction with more of a complete intersection improvement project, maybe with that accompanies the installation of sidewalks. I think you can do that whenever you'd like. You don't have to wait for the students to come back in the fall. In fact, we could do the assessment now. It's just not likely to, to yield the kind of results that we expect to see out there when the students get back. But the crosswalk and the sidewalks are separate issues. They can be done at any time if that's the direction the board wants to go in. I would be mindful of, or at least just point out rather, that it's a busy time of year for public works, and it's not likely something that this is a big project. If we're talking about putting in sidewalks, this would be a capital project. It would take a design and engineering, and then it would take a competitive bid process and award. We have to find the budget for it. So it would be a big lift. But again, it's not to say that we have to wait till the students. I'm not suggesting that we wait or that we go in a particular direction now.
Thanks, Dave. Thanks.
Mhm.
So we can bifurcate that into stop sign, traffic study, and other intersection improvements if we choose to.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
All right. And Lisa, thanks for being patient.
Sure. So thank you, Mr. Kissling, for the public comment. That's really appreciated to have that feedback, and for Sanjit too, you as a parent there. So yes, I'm absolutely in favor of the traffic study. I was really happy to see this on there. Cherry Lane is a problem for drivers even when you get further up the street toward Atherton. And when the mobility study came out, I was actually really surprised that there wasn't more attention given to that little section that people fly down, and there's no visibility and there's entrances and exits. So that is still something that should be a high priority for us to look at. The second thing I wanted to say is I don't think we should, and I know you said you would not rule out a four-way intersection. I think if there's any place that maybe one would fit, it might be here, because, if we do get the three-way stop signs, but there's still not one exiting the school property on Cherry Lane, that there's still a problematic situation there. The next thing I want to say is just related to the comment about studying or creating a process for putting in the crosswalks. So now we have at least two intersections that I'm aware of big pedestrian concerns. So at the flashing red light in Pine Grove Mills and now here. So I'm happy to hear that we're working on the process for putting in crosswalks. And I just want to encourage that to move forward so that we can have something in writing on that. So now we're seeing this, in a couple of areas. And then finally, I wanted to speak to the fact that, yes, it's going to make sense to wait on the traffic study until the students come back. So what can we do in the meantime? I'm guessing that there's no crossing guard because there's a low number of walkers there. Is that right? And okay, I'm seeing a head shaking there. So I'm wondering what we can do, if we know that's going to be hopefully, a temporary measure to create some more safety there when school starts. Could we discuss putting a crossing guard there when the school year starts, knowing we won't have any other fixes in yet?
Thank you, Lisa. So a couple things. So crossing guards, the township pays for crossing guards, but they serve the school district.
It depends.
Okay.
Yes, we only have one.
Right.
So we do
Lisa's
pay for
husband.
that crossing guard. If the school district identifies the school as a walking school, or I forget what the exact designation is, then they would provide the crossing guards. At Ferguson Elementary, where we have our other crossing guard, that's not looked at as a pedestrian commuter school. Yeah, walk to school, whatever. I believe that Coral Street Elementary is.
Okay.
Radio Park, I'm not sure of. I don't think it's that categorization. So if the township wanted to provide a crossing guard, it would be at our expense, which is typically not a high expense. I mean, it's it's a part-time position, obviously very seasonal. And so it's not a big cost. The challenge has historically been finding somebody willing to do it. To be very
the
honest.
hours, the split shift, and all of that. Yeah,
it's very niche. And I mean, we had a great crossing guard for many years at Ferguson Elementary, and then he retired. And fortunately, it took us a long time, but fortunately, we had another very capable soul pick up the mantle and is doing a fantastic job. But I don't. I mean, we did strike out quite a bit trying to replace Nevin. We just didn't get any interest until fortunately, Ms. Strickland's husband was willing to do it. So it's an ideal position for perhaps somebody who works from home, or maybe maybe COVID has kind of changed, the interest in that. Maybe we have some more permanent remote employees who might have the time for it. We could certainly consider it if the board wanted us to pursue that and see if anybody's interested.
Okay, and then would we need to have a budget amendment for that or something? Because it would be like the school year starts before the new budget starts, or
probably not.
Because it's not too much money.
Because you're talking about maybe a few months of the year.
Okay.
And just for the mornings, I don't think it's going to be anything that kind of breaks the proverbial bank.
Okay.
We can fit it into the general fund if we're able to find somebody who's willing to do it.
Patty, were you having your hand up there? Is it okay? What?
No, I was just going to say, I talked to Chris about this at the beginning of the year, and he had said basically what Dave had said, like in the beginning of the year, everybody's all excited and you get lots of bikers and walkers, particularly from Overlook Heights, which is where I'd gotten a lot of requests for crossing guards, but some of the crossing guards were actually for crossing North Atherton. But so I know Chris has some thought on this, and it might be worth, again, asking him his opinion on that. But I would absolutely support a crossing guard there at Radio Park until the traffic study can be done.
Okay. All right. So right now we've got a motion on the table. So let's vote on that motion and then see if we want to add any other motions to that, to our actions. So the motion that we have on the table is to conduct the traffic study at the intersection of West Cherry Lane and Martin Street. And we've had a motion and a second. So all in favor of that, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. So now, is there anything else that we want to act on that we discussed tonight in regard to this, in terms of either crossing guards or crosswalks? Is there anything we want to direct staff to do? And I would entertain a motion if so.
Yeah, I Presented would like to move to instruct staff to advise the board on the feasibility of putting in crosswalks and crossing guards at that intersection, Cherry Lane and Martin.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second. This is Lisa.
All right. Do we have any discussion on that motion? Any further discussion on that? I just have one question to Dave. Dave, in that discussion, would we be engaging with the school district to ask them to also put a sidewalk in to join with the crosswalks that if we determine to put crosswalks in?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I would certainly reach out to, probably it's not going to be Ed Poprick anymore because he's retiring like tomorrow. Whoever they put in charge of the physical plant talk with that individual about, about what their thoughts would be. The board can direct the school district to install a sidewalk there at their expense.
Right.
And so, ultimately it could be done, either way, but we would definitely engage them, not just in the discussion about the sidewalks, but certainly about any other intersection improvements that, they may want to see out there. And as we conduct this assessment in the fall as well.
Thanks, Dave. Because we want to address this, but we also want our partners to address this as well. It's like a group effort to make the safety of that intersection there. Percentage.
Yeah. So as an individual board member, I would like to get the opinion of our staff, Dave, whether that sidewalk is needed, and what, to understand all the pieces. That is, if we put the crosswalk, what can we expect? If we have a stop sign, do we still need the crosswalk? If we need the crosswalk, do we need the sidewalk? If we have the sidewalk, no crosswalk. So all of these are sort of tied together and jumbled in my mind. So if you can lay out a recommendation based on best practices and observations of traffic or other known information, I would really appreciate that.
I agree. That was a good way to put it.
Your best bet, the most likely resolution, I guess, temporary resolution that can be done quickly would be to find a temporary crossing guard to help out there. I can tell you, the likelihood of us maybe completing a thorough assessment of some of these other improvements before August is not very high right now, given the workload and other priorities of the Public Works Department. So, we could look into, perhaps even just kind of put out there if anybody might be interested in participating on a temporary basis or serving as temporarily as a crossing guard. We can.
I got you there.
Nice. Patty's just volunteered.
No, I haven't volunteered. I can help you put out the word.
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay. All right. That sounds great. All right. So we've got a motion and a second to have staff investigate crossing guard and crosswalk / intersection improvements. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. And that motion passes unanimously. All right. Sounds like that's it for that discussion.
Do we need a motion to direct staff to advertise that position of crossing guard so that we can get that circulating now in case it takes a while for that to get out, or does that not need a motion?
I'm okay without one. I think before I would go too far down the road, to be frank, I need to learn a little bit, to refresh my memory maybe more about crossing guard requirements, whether there'd be any issues with that. So I guess before we get too far down that road, if everything seems fine with it, I'll just go ahead and put some feelers out there or see what's, I'll work with Patty, see, maybe she has somebody in mind, and we'll kind of go from there.
Great. Yes. And just to wrap this up in the chat, we've also had an offer by Mr. Kissling to take us for a walk, also show us an annotated map. And I would say you can email that map to us and to staff. Yeah. And also can contact any board member through the website. And definitely, I'm sure some of us, if not all of us, would take you up on the walk offer, or a virtual tour these days, who knows, right? So appreciate that and your participation. Okay, now we are moving on to the future meeting format discussion introduced by Dave Provalka.
And we can keep this brief. Of course, as you all know, the governor rescinded the disaster declaration There's some questions that remain about where that leaves municipalities and our ability to conduct official meetings in a virtual environment. If you remember way back, seems like forever ago at the onset of COVID, there was kind of legal opinions flying around all over the place about whether townships could do one thing and boroughs could do another. So what the standing is of these different codes and how they apply, and COG, kind of had added its own complexity to it by virtue of having municipalities of all classes, well, at least second class townships and borough. So, there was, but in the end, it was all kind of resolved by a guidance from the governor's office that said, yes, indeed, you can do these. But now that it's rescinded, we're a little bit left in the lurch as far as whether we can continue to do these virtually or not. So that's one consideration about future meeting formats. Another one is, of course, just what the comfort level is of the board in moving back into an in-person meeting environment. We do have an alternative, which is kind of a hybrid model, and I've been experimenting a little bit with setting up the main meeting room to accommodate attendees and board members that may want to join virtually, as well as those that want to attend in person. I think I have a good solution. May not be optimal, but it'll at least get the job done. So what I thought the board might want to spend a few minutes talking about tonight, and let me know either way, whether as early as July 6th, which is a Tuesday, by the way, since the 5th is a Monday and the 4th falls on a Sunday. Tuesday, July 6th, we could have a meeting in person, we could stay virtual, or we can do a hybrid of both. I'm recommending that you consider a hybrid model, at least as we continue to transition out of this, because there still is such a disparity between, vaccinated and unvaccinated, and, those that are really, even if they are vaccinated or not, reluctant perhaps to get back into public settings. So I think if we can reasonably sustain that model, that would be my recommendation to you all. I have asked the other staff liaisons that represent or that have responsibilities to other authorities, boards, and commissions, the Planning Commission, Tree Commission, Parks Committee, Pine Grove Mills, Small Area Plan Advisory Board, and Zoning and Hearing Board, et cetera, to kind of take some straw poll about what their preference is. The only one I've had feedback from thus far, although the Tree Commission met today, it was the Planning Commission, which was a split verdict. It was about 3 that were comfortable staying virtual, 4 that wanted to be in person, and then 1 or 2, because remember they have alternates, so there's even some beyond the 7 that were kind of ambivalent, that were okay either way. So I think for them, the hybrid format is going to be the way to go, and perhaps presumably others as well.
Okay, sorry. Yes, so board members, do you have any opinions on the matter? And so we're not asking right now if we want to go all in person strictly and not allow virtual, or is that one of our options?
One of your options.
Let's not do that.
I wouldn't recommend it. I mean,
no, I don't want to do that. All right, so I don't think any of this board wants to force only in person. Am I correct on that? Forcing only in person? Okay. I think we all probably want to preserve the capacity for folks to meet virtually. So I think that would mean that we would like to do a hybrid.
Yep.
And yeah. And I think we are allowed to stay all virtual, theoretically. Is that correct?
I believe so. Now, I mean, I shouldn't even answer, to be honest. I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting on a response from the solicitor on that, and presumably she's probably also researching it for some of the other municipal clients as well. It's pretty clear that boroughs are not able to do that, which is why you're seeing COG, kind of pivot real quickly on this.
Yeah.
But second-class townships, home rule municipalities, it's a little bit more murky.
Because here we are meeting virtually and the emergency order is lifted. So hopefully we don't have to have a do-over in person. Okay, so I think we've all decided hybrid is great. And so we need to probably then maintain an in-person quorum until we get a final answer from our solicitor, just in case.
So just a point there. I am actually currently logging in from Bogota, Colombia. So I would have missed the meeting. So thank you very much for allowing the virtual one.
Very cool. Yeah.
And along with that, I'm probably going to be in West Virginia about a third of the time for the rest of the year. So I will probably be.
Yeah.
So as long as we can do a hybrid, it would be great.
Great.
I am comfortable coming when I'm in town, but I will be out a lot. So.
Me too. Me too. I'm definitely also comfortable being in person. So if we can provide that hybrid possibility for folks to be able to virtually attend. All right. Is that?
I'll just add, I'm comfortable meeting in person too, but I do think it's to all of our benefit to keep the flexibility of the hybrid meeting alive as we move forward. It just allows so much accessibility to residents and other people to attend and to not have to be out of their house until 10 p.m. You know, we had a parent here giving public comment. You know, he could have maybe had to find a babysitter to, you know, attend. And it's just the availability of access to the meetings by Zoom is just fantastic and such a plus of all of this. So I do not want to lose that moving forward.
It absolutely is. I have a question. I just talked with a member of Bellefonte Borough Council today, and she mentioned that they are meeting in person, but they're requiring masks in their meeting for all attendees, just because there's still a lot of question about whether everybody who's not wearing a mask is vaccinated. And so we haven't talked about anything like that. I don't know that I would necessarily be in favor of that. I think it will be very hard for us to all talk in a hybrid environment and have masks on and all of that. But I did just want to put that out there for folks that that is a possibility, I guess, that some folks are doing that during this transitional time, just because of a question of whether vaccination levels are really as high as some seem to say. So I'm just putting that out there. Dave, do you need anything else from us right now?
No, I'll work towards a virtual format for July 6th. And hopefully I can set something up that'll be functional.
Do you mean hybrid?
Yeah, what did I say?
Virtual.
Yes, hybrid.
Okay, great.
And we'll have to do a re-advertisement, but that's
okay. Good to know. All right.
So
yeah,
I don't know what the legal position is, and that we will obviously go by that. But the CDC still guidelines still advises recommends avoiding large events and gatherings, where large events are defined as bringing together many people from multiple households in a public or private space. And I'm reading from their guideline. So we perhaps should look into that. And I think virtual hybrid would be a good middle option, which allows both parties for now, unless the state says we cannot do it, then we can't.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we're just gonna have to play it by ear, but I mean, I guess if the case is that, you know, we have to have a quorum in person and we're having a well-attended meeting, that there's some concern, I guess we could ask that people mask for that meeting. I don't know, but because you don't really know ahead of time, oh, I'm not going to attend that because there will be a lot of people and I'm concerned. And if we have a quorum requirement, then we can't all, anyway, I don't know. I guess I could see a case where we might have a concern, but so far it's been, you know, playing it by ear. We've done okay. So I guess we'll cross that bridge maybe when we come to it, if others are comfortable with that. Yeah, but I would not want to be in a room of 200 people with no masks wall to wall right now. I'm still not comfortable enough to do that. So, all right. Okay, so let's move on here. We've got staff and committee reports. First up is the Public Safety Committee. I attended that meeting. We had our EMS report and we covered the program plan for code, fire, and emergency management. Couple high points. In the EMS report, it was reinforced and restated, same as last year, that they are looking for a facility with a bay, a parking bay, to serve Ferguson and Patton Township. They had been renting a facility from Hawbaker that they're no longer renting out in the Patton Township area. So they're looking to improve their coverage in Ferguson and Patton. So, you know, if we have connections or know a landowner that might be willing to work with them to get a facility for them, they're, you know, really are looking for that. The rent was really high at the Hawbaker facility. So, and then they said they, of course, you know, COVID hit them very hard. They are recovering fairly well, and they attributed that to the PPP money and also the community support. They said there was a lot of community support that really helped lift them up and bridge that. But in the future, I think that, as they have been saying for a couple years now, we should consider that there may be additional funding needed for EMS in the Center region coming from the municipalities. And then in terms of the program plan, it's late. I'll just say that I would refer you to the documents that are attached to the public safety agenda. Staff did an amazing job of laying out exactly what the expectation was in terms of the budget and the program plan for the upcoming year. Capital investment in fire is primarily in equipment as usual. I think there's going to be a request of maybe just $800 to replenish the emergency management budget. And so you can take a look at them to see the more details, but it's very well done and well presented. Oh, and operational costs, there's going to be some operational costs in the fire program with staffing. Okay, any questions? All right, next up is Finance Committee, and that was Steve.
Yeah, we met on June 10th. Basically, I think the only thing we'll comment on specifically is there was a request that we can give feedback on an idea of hiring an HR administrator and a finance administrator in COG. Because both Becca and Joe have departments that have had responsibilities that have grown a lot, and they've basically overgrown the staff that's available. The Finance Committee pretty much favored it. It will be coming back to, you know, general forum at some point as a question, but I just wanted to give a heads up on that. Other than that, I think if you go through the agenda, you can see what we're discussing, and if anyone had any specific questions, I can answer those later. So,
thank you, Steve. Next up, Climate Action and Sustainability Committee. I believe Prasenjit.
Yes, so it was, we had, I think, 3 major items discussed. The thing that I will comment about is the request for sort of, it was a soft request for funding or just letting people know that funds might be required. And they were saying that up to about 75,000 for primarily to do a study and then to essentially enhance some of the staffing capacity that will be required to do a lot of the work, new work that will be done by this committee. Several of the members soft pushed back, saying that, well, a lot of Penn State experts are available and to consult with, and would be happy to work with us and things. They have actually used a Penn State student to build up a website, who's done a pretty good job, and there are these capstone projects and stuff like that. To use the excellent expertise that is there, and for mostly for free, but sometimes for a small amount of money. And that was sort of what was discussed, and nothing concrete was voted upon. I think this was more of a, they were trying to find out what we think, and then we'll see what happens. We also discussed the same thing, which is return to in-person versus hybrid meetings for the committee. And it was discussed that, well, of course, any state laws overrides anything, but the committee felt that they would want a hybrid option until the end of this calendar year. The other last point thing was about Pam Adams as a representative of the efforts of memberships in certain statewide and nationwide meetings and coalitions. Most of them don't require that much money. It's just being there. And so the committee was supportive of all that, saying that, but she needs to figure out where she's spending her time, and so that she doesn't take on too much. So those were the major points that were discussed in this meeting. If there's any feedback, I think what the funding request could potentially be was laid out pretty much in the agenda that you have. They have said what they need it for. And so any comments that you have, I'll be happy to take it back and relay it.
Oh, I guess my comment is that I'm sad because it seems like it keeps expanding, just expanding and expanding and expanding, and a lot of studies and a lot more staff and so much. So that's, I guess, my late night comment for right now. So we'll move on. Next up, other committee reports. I don't think we had any. And then we have the manager's report.
My report and all staff reports are in writing. If anybody has any questions, I can respond or get an answer.
Dave, I just wondered if there was any progress. I don't think I'm going to be able to be at the Pine Grove Mill Small Area Committee meeting this month. I just wondered if there was any progress on the whole site distance to the red light question. I mean, I guess we could just put something up and see if it gets flagged. But is there any, I was doing some research online, and it looks like there are some documents that PennDOT provides. Could we get maybe an engineer's answer on that?
I have this banner warrant request form that has all of the requirements here. You don't have to read them now. I can send them out to
Beautiful.
you, but it has, I have some other response from PennDOT as well.
Yay.
Albert Carlson is their traffic control specialist and bike ped coordinator. He's been the one that we've been corresponding with to try to get some responses about distance. I'm just looking through the
Great.
narrative here. I'm going to include that on the Pine Grove Mills agenda, small area plan agenda right now,
Thanks.
or for Thursday rather. But I'm just looking to see if there's any distance.
Thanks. I'm sure they'll probably include it there if they've got one. So thank you so much for that follow-up. Any other questions for Dave or any of the reports? Prasenjit.
Yeah, so Dave, I wanted, I was looking at the crime report, so like school, and I was comparing from last year and this year, the school calls have increased from like 60 to 101. And I think the other thing that caught my eye was theft increased from 14 to 28. Again, these could be just random fluctuations because these are small numbers at the end. I mean, none of it is. I just wanted to know if there are any issues or any trends that he's noticing. I'm sure he's on top of it, but if there are things to be aware of, that those were the thoughts when I looked at those reports.
Sure. I'll forward that to Chief and ask him to share any thoughts or observations that he's had on that.
Okay, great. Thank you. Lost my agenda. It's a sign. Okay. Any other questions on staff reports? If not, we'll move on to communications to the board. I'll start. I had several. I had multiple communications about traffic concerns on Rushcliffe, Circleville, and Havishire. I had a couple emails about the Radio Park. I had some contact about the poison hemlock growing on the roadsides, and had some contact about concern about gypsy moths. That's it. Anybody else have any? Patty?
I just had some contact about the traffic signal at North Atherton and Aaron Drive as you are coming from Patton Township turning into Overlook Heights. The turn arrow to turn onto Aaron Drive into Overlook Heights cycles through like ridiculously quickly. Like it doesn't even give you time to accelerate before it goes away. So it's just, if there was some way to investigate what's going on there.
Thanks, Betty.
We have looked into that a number of times. On Aaron, you said Aaron and Atherton. Yeah, it's functioning as it's supposed to.
But so even if you're just one car, it doesn't even really give you time to react. That's supposed to be that way?
Yeah, you're supposed to, you can go, even if it turns yellow right away, you can still make your way through the intersection. But the timing of the intersection, we've checked at least twice that I can think of, and it's correct.
And you've done that, is that, like, I can understand if it's that way during commuter hours, but when it's like not commuter hours, it only lends itself to one car getting through.
So even if more than one car, if there were like 3 or 4 cars in line, it would still be that short of a blip?
Well, the longer the queue, because there is digital radar detection there, and that's initially what we troubleshot, was how that digital radar was kind of angled so that it was picking up cars in the queue. There's cars in the queue, it should hold the green longer. I mean, I'll happily forward it to Ron again that you brought it up.
Okay.
But we did recently look into that very issue, and I know we did once before that too.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. If there's no other communication with the board, we're up to calendar items. We've got the small area plan committee. I think we decided it was committee. Not board, but
advisory board. I thought it was committee too, but you corrected me that it's advisory board. That's how it's written in the ordinance.
But isn't it committee?
Board.
Oh my gosh, wait, no, I thought, okay, well, we can take this up not after 10:30 at night sometime, but I swear we had just settled on committee. Okay, so we've got some meetings coming up, and we've got, don't we have a coffee and conversations coming up sometime soon, right? July 9th, is it?
Yes, this is Friday, July 9th.
All right, great. I guess we'll be meeting once before then. All right, and if there's nothing else.
Motion to adjourn.
All right, we're adjourned. Thanks, everybody. Good night.